Chapter 802. A stunned silence hung over the surroundings. If it wasn't for the howling winds, there wouldn't have been any sound at all. Surprisingly, it was Hephaestus who broke this silence. He sprung forward, landing on the pillar by Lionel. In truth, he half expected to be attacked, but all he received was a grin in return. That was the only sign he needed to shoot forward, his body displaying an agility and flexibility most couldn't match. This change seemed to shake the other three organizations out of the stupor. What had this young man just said? Who did he think he was? The three organization heads all looked toward Hutchin at once, frowns deeply etched on their faces. To this point, there had been a subtle centering of the past events that all seemed to revolve around this young man. From the snicker in the beginning to this point, everything seemed to point toward him. Yet, they hadn't noticed until this moment. Hutchin didn't say a word, nor did his face give away any emotion. Of the three organization head, the last was a middle-aged man from Misty Woods. His eyes seemed to sparkle with something imperceptible as he gazed from Hutchin to Lionel and back again. What are you all waiting for? There are over 100 of you and only one of him. Did we waste all the resources we spent on you? Hutchin frowned the moment he heard these words. But, coaching from the sidelines also wasn't against the rules, especially since it seemed as though the race hadn't even truly started yet. A flash of determination crossed the faces of the youths who led the pack, a tinge of rage coloring their gazes. That was right, what did they have to fear? Lionel's light smile didn't fade. His wrist flexed, his jet black spear following an elegant arc. A surge of at least a dozen dove forward, all of them aiming for a separate pole from Lionel. Well. I tried to warn you. Chain domain. Clang. 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 In that moment, it seemed as though the world was enveloped in black. Whether it was by coincidence or on purpose, even the elders couldn't move out of the way. In the blink of an eye, a world of darkness and whipping chains covered a more than 500-meter radius. Before they could react, all dozen youths who stepped forward found themselves wrapped from head to toe, their bodies frozen in space and a look of twisting pain on their faces. Screams filled the skies as they struggled against the chains. Whatever defiance they had vanished in an instant, fear coloring their features as they realized the only thing keeping them suspended in the skies was Lionel's will. The moment he no longer felt that it was necessary, they would plunge to their inevitable deaths below. See? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Lionel looked down toward the seemingly endless abyss below. These pillars were so high up for a reason. They were purposely built at a height where the atmosphere was sparse, leaving the perpetual hurricanes with less substance to work with. It could be said that this was the safest location on the entire planet. What was most fearsome wasn't the several dozen kilometer drop below, because with their strength, it was impossible that they'd make it all the way to the bottom. Before they could even make it a few hundred meters, they would be shredded to pieces by the violent winds. At that moment, a small group of 3 individuals leapt into the storm, but Lionel pretended as though he hadn't seen them at all. It was clear to everyone that they were members of Valiant Heart. Thank you. Lionel smiled when he heard this, nodding lightly. He knew that he wouldn't be able to protect them like this later, so he might as well do the best he could now. In the past, his domains could only stretch out about 10 meters, even less within a 5th-dimensional world unless he fueled it with universal force. But, at this moment, not only was Lionel not using universal force, but his range was already 50 times greater. This was the benefit of King's Might. It was then that the sickening sound of bones snapping sounded. The dozen figures that hung in the air at Lionel's whim screamed out in pain, their bodies shivering uncontrollably as they were thrown back to the pillar. Consider this a warning. Lionel spoke lightly. I might not be so nice next time. Another group of Valiant Heart Mountain members shot forward. No one dared to stop them. If Lionel could so easily deal with them crossing into the air, given the range of his odd domain, just how hard would it be to stop them from interfering? It was when the 4th group gathered the courage to move forward that a voice called out. By this point, the 3 organization heads were popping blood vessels. Of all the ways they had expected things to go, this was most definitely not one of them. And, to make matters worse, it almost felt like a slap to their faces that Lionel's domain covered them as well. It was as though he actually dared to give them, as mighty fifth-dimensional existences, a warning. Luckily, Wuxia stepped forward. Don't you think that this is a bit too far? He pushed up his glasses, his chubby body weaving through the crowd until he stood at the very edge of the pillar's roof. Lionel's smile didn't fade as he looked Wuxia up and down. Rather than rebutting, he asked a simple question. And what wouldn't be too far in your opinion? That would be allowing the race to continue as designed, of course. Lionel nodded. Well, I disagree. Wuxia expected Lionel to say something else after this, but he simply stood there, waving about on his pillar with a smile on his face. At that moment, a chuckle came from Wuxia's back before a light slap landed on his shoulder. It seems you finally lost a war of words, Wuxia. I always told you that shit doesn't matter. All that does is whether my blade is bigger than yours. What do you say, Emna? How about we have some fun? If we wait any longer, I won't be able to be first anymore. Chapter 803. Emna didn't respond, just the same as always. Instead, she immediately took action. From within the midst of the group, she tore a path through the air, seemingly not worried about getting caught up by Lionel's chains. Oh. Lionel's brow raised. Since he had gained his chain domain, this was the first time anyone had so confidently seen through its deficiencies. He had to say, for Emna to accomplish this with just a single look and a moment of observation was impressive. I wonder, could I have her as one of my generals too? If others knew what Lionel was thinking, they'd rightfully label him a madman. Was this really the situation to be thinking about such things? As Lionel was lost in thought, Emna had already crossed half the distance. It wasn't until then that he sprung into action, his chains suddenly lashing out at her. But, as expected, Emna reacted quickly. 2 daggers seemed to almost magically appear in her hands. She twisted in the air, hooking the tips of her blades into the links of the chains and using them as anchors to send herself flying forward at an even faster speed. There was no doubt that her agility and flexibility were both off the charts. Beyond this, her judgment, senses, decisiveness and reaction time were all impeccable. The more Lionel observed, the more he wanted her. Emna had definitely seen through the weakness of his chain domain. At any given time, most of the domain was made up of a net of illusory chains that could manifest into a true physical form at any time. However, could was the operative word. It took energy to facilitate this change, firstly. And, secondly, chains didn't manifest out of thin air. This meant that the only chains that could manifest and lash out were ones that could already be seen. The third weakness was one only those with incredible senses would pick up on. There was a shift in the energy around the chains that would manifest, allowing one to pick out which would gain physical form long before it happened. It was clear that Emna had already pinpointed each and every one of these weaknesses and was even using it to her advantage. Interesting, Lionel's spear spun in his hand, expertly blocking Emna's strike. The shortest distance between 2 points will always be a straight line. Unless you can somehow attack from 2 points more than 2 meters apart simultaneously, I'll always be able to block your 2 daggers with a spin of my spear. And now. You also don't have any footing left and I definitely won't manifest any more chains for you. So, what will you do? Rather than having these thoughts as a form of a taunt, Lionel's eyes shone as though he was testing someone, almost like he was giving a job interview rather than fighting a life or death battle. The pillar Lionel stood on was just 2 feet wide and it was still in the process of whipping back and forth in the wind. There was definitely no space for another person to step onto it. And, even if there was, why would Lionel allow that? Emna, though, dealt with this issue without a single shred of awkwardness. Using the momentum of her failed strike, she dove backward, agilely landing on a pillar 10 meters to Lionel's right. Lionel's eyes glowed. She already had her escape plan mapped out from the very beginning. She struck with her left dagger far heavier than her right, forcing me to compensate for the power imbalance. Using that momentum, she leapt backward, confident that I wouldn't be able to block her in time. Lionel had obviously moved most of his illusory chains before him to compensate for the large mass of enemies he was facing, leaving Emna with more than enough gaps to shoot through on his right. Lionel's gaze seemed to be lit with a fire as he scanned Emna up and down. For some reason, despite having dealt with Rafthen's ogling for much of her life, Emna felt particularly uncomfortable at this moment. It was as though she was stark naked before Lionel and there was nothing she could do to cover up. "Hey!" Lionel suddenly called out, startling Emna for some reason. "I want you to become one of my generals, what do you say?" Emna was completely startled, her face flushing. One would have thought that Lionel had asked her to follow him into bed. Aina's expression became a bit weird in the distance, though no one could see it beneath her mask. Could this count as sexual harassment too? Well, this probably isn't the best time to ask, you don't say. Everyone seemed to be of one thought at this moment despite having stood on opposite sides before. But, think about it. If you accept, I'll make you as many quasi-bronze daggers as you can handle. Emna and the others were completely speechless. What nonsense was this man talking about? It was only those of valiant heart that understood Lionel wasn't bluffing at all. "Are you flirting with my woman?" Rafthen snapped. "Damn it. This selfish bastard wants to hog all the beauties. Let's go, Wuxia." Rafthen shot forward, unsheathing his massive 3-meter-long rusted blade. Compared to Emna's approach, his own was far different. A blazing universal force shot around him, the illusory images of a two-season dichotomy forming. On one side, there was the harsh reality of winter. On the other, there was the beaming heat of summer. This was the fifth weakness of Lionel's chain domain. The fourth was the split moment it took for the chains to manifest from their illusory form. As for this fifth, it was that this time could be even further slowed and even completely halted under the influence of certain forces, among which were the forces of the Four Seasons realm. Lionel's wrist flickered once again, the aura of his spear suddenly unleashing. At that moment, the presence of a quasi-bronze spear made itself known. Lionel grinned. These three-head students shouldn't be far from Raylion in strength, otherwise they wouldn't be able to share a title with him. Though, Raylion no longer held it. Lionel was quite eager to see the depths of their strength. Chapter 804. A resounding clang reverberated across the battlefield as Rafthen's rusted blade met Lionel's spear. To the former's surprise, Lionel met him head-on without much issue, the chains of the spear suddenly lashing out to wrap around his broad sword. Rafthen quickly tried to retreat, but Lionel had reacted too fast. Though he managed to pull back before the chains could wrap all the way around, the momentum he lost from freeing himself left him far short of the pillar he was aiming for. Rafthen plummeted down from the skies. It seemed for a moment that just like this, his life would be forfeit. But it was then that what looked like an energy platform appeared beneath his feet, saving him from his fall and allowing him to jump back to one of the pillars. Lionel raised an eyebrow, his gaze locking onto Wuxia in the distance. An energy shield ability could be used with such flexibility, HM? His range is also not bad at all. Energies of clashing hot and cold reverberated around Lionel, the lingering impact of Rafthen's strike persisting. But the harsh pulling and pushing force didn't seem to impact Lionel very much. "Attack together," Wuxia said. "I will cover you." Emna and Rafthen took the hint. And judging by their demeanors, it was clear that they were very much serious this time. Lionel smiled for a moment before his gaze turned an eerie cold for the first time since the battle began. The temperature seemed to plummet and the energies stilled. Even the howling winds slowed by a measure, all sounds seemingly vanishing. Bright white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back once again, a surge of winds picking up around his feet as he shot forward, missing Emna's pincer from the side and clashing with Rafthen in the air. His spear skimmed across the flat of Rafthen's blade. The latter, who had been expecting another clash of strength, felt as though he was swinging against air. This should have been the perfect opportunity. With Wuxia's support and Lionel's lack of the same, the result should have been obvious. The battle should have been decided the moment Lionel was foolish enough to leave his pillar. However, was Lionel really such a fool? Lionel slid by Raph Thin in the air, rapping to his back in a single motion. Kicking out with his leg, he both used Raph Thin as leverage to gather up his momentum once again and send him tumbling down toward the harsher winds below at a faster speed. Wuxia's pupils contracted as he realized Lionel's target was himself from the very beginning. But the question was, would he protect himself by placing several shields between him and Lionel to prevent the latter from reaching him? Or, would he save Raph Thin? Wuxia's expression changed. The speed Raph Thin was suddenly falling through the air was too fast. It didn't even give him much time to think about it all. Not only would Raph Thin soon be out of his range, but, even if he managed to stay within his range, the harsh winds would put a lot of pressure on his energy shields. There was no telling if they would last long enough to help Raph Thin out. Damn it. Wuxia's visage warped. He was so used to being calm and collected, but it felt as though a single move had already driven him into a corner. Aren't you supposed to be a battle expert? How did you lose so thoroughly in a single exchange? If it wasn't for Raph Thin being so easily handled, none of this would have happened. What Wuxia didn't know, though, was that if every battle had to be decided in a single exchange, the last person you wanted to fight would be Lionel. The fact that Raph Thin was in the air and couldn't easily change his attack method only sealed his fate all the more. In these last 2 years, Lionel's dream simulations had practically reached a point of perfection in the 4th dimension. Now that his mind was in the 5th dimension, the gap was even more exaggerated. It was then that Wuxia met Lionel's cold eyes through the air, his body involuntarily freezing. Those eyes. Could they even be considered human? Wuxia forgot to act, hardly realizing it when Lionel had already stepped before him, his spear swinging outward. Even though Wuxia was at the very edge of the largest pillar, a place that should have been plenty secure, he still felt as though he was quickly falling into an abyssal hell. The pressure Lionel exuded was the likes of which he had never seen before. He could see endless bloody battlefields and a blade that carved through them all with a cold, calm precision. The weight of everything Lionel had experienced bore down on his soul, sinking him beneath waves of despair, horror and pain. His knees collapsed, his eyes rolling back. A sickly paleness took over his skin, the chubbiness of his cheeks trembling as he sunk to the ground. Lionel's spear didn't even get to land before it came to a grinding halt. His cold eyes flickered for a moment, regaining some humanity. He looked at Wuxia kneeling before him, his mouth bubbling with saliva, his nose running, and tears streaking down his face. According to his simulation, he would defeat Wuxia in 3 exchanges. By then, he predicted Emna would do something to save Raph Thin, but their precarious position would quickly lead to their defeat as well. But now, Wuxia had collapsed before he could even do anything, resulting in Emna still diving through the air to catch Raph Thin. If he wanted, he could kill them both right this very moment and it wouldn't even be very difficult. Clearly, even the thoughtful and meticulous Emna hadn't expected Wuxia to simply collapse just like this. The area around Wuxia cleared out, no one wanting to travel too closely to Lionel for fear that he would kill them all. A heavy silence hung overhead, one even the perpetrator himself hadn't quite expected. Chapter 805. Seems this Wuxia has quite a weak mind. Lionel thought. This was the best explanation. Though, to be fair to Wuxia, he was the first person Lionel had truly made eye contact like that with after awakening his king's might. But, Lionel still believed his analysis wasn't very far off. It was clear that King's might amplified more than just Lionel's attack and defense. In fact, the amplification of his presence and aura was probably stronger than the amplification to anything else. If this wasn't true, the result wouldn't have been so exaggerated. I wonder, then, what would happen if I stopped using King's might passively on my chain domain and used it actively? Would the change be greater than just an increase in range and size along with a lowering of the energy requirements? Lionel turned his head back toward Emna and Raph Thin. As expected, Emna had jumped through the air and caught Raph Thin. Using a dagger attached to a chain, she shot it toward a distant pillar and began to swing her way over. It would truly be too easy for Lionel to deal with them. Lionel reached a hand out, causing the expressions of the three organization heads to change. But they couldn't even make a move without Hutchin, the three remaining elders, and even Aina herself glaring toward them all at once. Their expressions warped when they saw that even a little girl dared to do such a thing to them. But by then, it was already too late. Stuck in the air and unable to change her trajectory, both Emna and Rafthin were bound in chains from all sides, only to be carried over Lionel. Lionel separated the two of them into two separate chain bundles, then broke all of Rafthin's limbs without much remorse. As far as he was concerned, this was already mercy. Even if he was more bloodthirsty, Lionel understood that it would be foolish to kill these three. The reality was that this gathering was only taking place because these three organizations believed that they could win. If it came down to it, Lionel was certain that they would simply ignore all the restrictions and attack Valiant Heart the normal way. For now, they were simply unwilling to pay the cost and chose this cheaper path. But, if Lionel pushed them too far, they just might drop all pretenses ahead of schedule, and that wouldn't be very good for him. Lionel hoped for Valiant Heart's sake that they had a plan to deal with this, because even if Aina and he helped them to win this, there was no way that things would end so simply. Emna braced herself, ready to grit her teeth through her own limbs being shattered. But, why would Lionel harm someone he was trying to recruit? He simply left her suspended in the air and turned his head toward the remaining Valiant Heart members who had still yet to move. Well? Aren't you guys going to go? Snapping out of their stupor, the remaining group jumped forward, disappearing over the horizon. Lionel's smile returned, his demeanor once again carefree. Well, I guess it's time for me to go as well. Lionel dropped Emna to the ground and shot forward. Even as he disappeared in the distance and the chain domain was no longer a threat, no one dared to move and even the elders didn't bother to force them to. Lionel passed by numerous Valiant Heart members. Though he didn't particularly care about his placement, there were only 20 spots but more than 20 Valiant Heart Mountain students. He didn't really have much of a choice but to pass them by if he wanted to participate in the next rounds. Of course, Lionel didn't take this gathering seriously because he knew what would happen even if they won. But, he was still curious about many things. For one, this mysterious third party everyone kept mentioning that had still not shown up. He was also curious about the seated geniuses the organizations were hiding. Wissan, Emna and Rafthin were actually quite powerful. It was just that Lionel was uniquely suited to battling in strenuous environments because of his ability to use it to his advantage. The best chance someone would have at beating him was on as neutral a ground as possible. To make matters worse, their teamwork wasn't very great. Without Wissan's hesitation, the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. Lionel was curious, then, about what geniuses the organization would actually place above them. Not long later, Lionel made it to the destination with about 10 having reached before him. At that moment, the mysterious elder of Valiant Heart had a rare smile on his face while the others sported ugly expressions. Many looked toward Lionel, their eyes filled with a mixture of emotions, but he only grinned back casually. The inside of the pillar could only be described as luxurious. Delicate arrangements, precious metal fixtures, maids, butlers and servants as far as the eye could see. The group of students was quite in awe of such things, but they understood that this made sense. It might have been hard labor to work a 2-star disaster world, but one had to be powerful to survive. These weren't normal miners working here. These were powerful mercenaries, often with strength well into the 5th dimension, working for high-end salaries. It only made sense that they would be treated appropriately. Though it was the first time Lionel had seen such a luxurious labor force, he too was quickly able to accept it. It seemed that whatever third party the organizations had commissioned was quite well off. But they would have to be to dare to step into the business of such powerful bronze organizations. They would, at the very least, have to be infinitely close to becoming a silver organization to take such a task on. It was clear that they were very confident in themselves. It was upon entering a wide lounge area that Lionel suddenly understood where his bad feeling just might have been coming from. His mind flashed back to memories of a fat merchant with jingling jewelry and chains as his eyes narrowed. Above, a large, magnificent sign shimmered with all sorts of splendor. Milky Way Guild. Chapter 806. Is my luck really that bad? Lionel smiled bitterly. The issue with the Milky Way Guild obviously wasn't that Lionel was an enemy of them, but rather in what they might or might not know. Lionel was certain that the fat, jeweled man was among the lowest-ranking members of the guild. He might even be selfish enough to keep the information to himself in hopes of making it rich on his own. But the issue was that this was only the best-case scenario. In the worst case, well, Lionel might as well start picking out his casket now. In this time, he had pretty much ignored the threat of shield cross stars. But that was only because right after those events happened, his talk with his grandfather took up the vast majority of his mind. He simply didn't care about shield cross stars because his thoughts were focused on something completely different. Now that Lionel was quite confident in the response he would give to his grandfather, he suddenly remembered just how big of a deal being a wanted criminal of shield cross stars was. If it wasn't for the structure of this police force and the approach Saga and Anared's fiancé had taken, it could be said that Lionel would already be finished. Really such bad luck? Lionel shook his head. Ana, who was standing right beside Lionel, didn't need him to explain what the problem was. The moment she saw him pause and felt the shift in his emotions, she connected the dots. She had been there when they met the fat merchant and definitely knew that the fat merchant had still been on Earth when Lionel's face was projected to everyone. It was quite funny too. Had Lionel not dropped White City onto Earth, the fat merchant might have never known. But who knew how many other Milky Way Guild merchants there might have been at the time? As for where this fat merchant was now, neither of them had any way of knowing. But at this point, she knew to brace for the worst. Ana's grip on Lionel's hand involuntarily tightened. Lionel looked over and smiled, the wrinkle between his brows having long since calmed. The Milky Way Guild? Weren't they just a quasi-silver organization? Lionel remembered very clearly, their highest-ranking member, Augustus Ovaltine, had still not even stepped into the sixth dimension yet. This was still far beyond Lionel's current level, but what did it matter? If they wanted to come, let them come. They'd be a nice and shiny stepping stone. Of course, in all of Lionel's thoughts, he felt that the odds were still quite low. This was a high-level planet and the people that frequented this place obviously had the status to match it. What were the odds a merchant that had to do business in a small place like Terrain could ever be here? What he didn't know quite yet was that his luck was indeed that bad. In a control room located in a hidden department of the pillar were several monitors projecting images from all over the two-star disaster world. From a single look, one would have thought that this place was plucked right from Earth to be deposited here. But, upon further inspection, the reality was far more complex than this. The images were projected onto thin glass sheets that hung about at all sorts of angles. There were clearly no electronics or wires to be seen anywhere in the room whatsoever. It became clear fairly quickly that the technology being used here were related to a complex branch of force arts. These force arts allowed the Milky Way Guild to monitor the whole of the planet for any activity of interest. It was quite a complicated task to handle a disaster-rated planet. There was more required than simply mining its resources. The location had to be protected, the weather had to be analyzed and predicted for safe and dangerous times, and any unexpected activity had to be properly reported. As such, while there were a large number of high-level workers, there were also a fair share of low-level ones as well, many of them tasked with observing these monitors and passing on the necessary information to higher-level officials for final decisions to be made. It wasn't that Lionel didn't notice he was being monitored. He obviously had. The difference back then was that he thought it was only natural, not only because of the reasons just mentioned, but also because the Milky Way Guild wouldn't be a very good third party if they weren't doing at least that much. But now, there were hundreds of men and women in this monitoring station, each of them focused on the 4 to 5 fluctuating images before them. The task was usually monotonous. Most spent nothing but days on end watching winds whip across of rocks that had already evolved to not be very affected by their surroundings. The ones that had it worst, though, were the pillar monitors. At least those who were tasked with watching the mines could observe powerful warriors breaking stone and shattering gems from time to time. But those on pillar duty only had the task of ensuring that none of their roadways ever failed. With the sturdy build of these roadways, such a failure might only occur once a decade. So, most of the time, those tasks with this job just watched as the pillars waved back and forth in the same, endlessly repetitive motion. The Milky Way Guild had long since done that math, and hiring this drone of people to monitor for failures was far more cost-efficient than hiring a force crafter to automate the whole process. Those working here weren't complaining, though. They were paid decently and their jobs weren't dangerous. What more could they ask for? However, there were still some among them that had no intention of staying in such a place for a lifetime, some among them who aspired for more and greater. Within this group, there was one young man who was very obviously not the fat merchant Lionel had met. He got lucky on this day, getting to watch a competition on his section of pillars. But, when he saw Lionel, his eyes narrowed. Lionel's luck was indeed quite bad. Chapter 807. Havoc was indeed not the fat merchant. The fat merchant had never stepped foot onto this planet and had always been far more interested in increasing his wealth in other ways. Havoc, however, wasn't afraid to stoop to any low to rise. The fat merchant had long since gotten used to his lavish lifestyle within the fourth dimension. He had no grand hopes of starting from the bottom of the fifth dimension and working his way all the way up again. The two were simply vastly different people. One was as boisterous as possible while the other was quiet and reserved, laying in wait for the perfect chance to strike. At first, Havoc didn't immediately recognize Lionel. Compared to the last time he had been seen, the difference was too great. Lionel had matured by 2 years, firstly, making his jaw more defined, his back wider and his shoulders more broad. Beyond that, his hair was no longer long and its color, along with his eyes, were completely different. For a person who had only seen Lionel once, it would have been easy to ignore the signs of familiarity and even possible to have even not connected the memories together at all. But, Havoc was different. Compared to the others who had almost dead eyes as they scanned their monitors, his had always been like that of a hawk's, scanning through every detail with a meticulous tediousness that others wouldn't care to suffer through. It took a while, but Havoc finally remembered. Years ago, he had taken some work on terrain. Unlike the fat merchant who frequented that world to begin with, Havoc had been there because that was where his research led. Terrain was a world exceptionally close to Earth, and there had been a more than 90% likelihood that when Earth opened its doors for trade, Terrain would be the first it gravitated toward. Havoc refused to allow lucky bastards like the fat merchant, without foresight and forethinking, to benefit from something like this. So, he had begun plans to carve out a foothold for himself. Unfortunately, because of the suspicious nature of all his covert actions, he had been flagged by Shield Cross stars a lot like Lionel had been. But while Lionel managed to have his erased in just a few weeks, Havoc still bore his mark to this day, something that enraged him to no end. Due to this mark, he had to delay a lot of his plans and could only barely get this job. That aside, he ended up getting swept up into the war, not much unlike many others who had come from different planets and had thus seen the projection of Lionel's wanted poster. Until this point, Havoc had simply stored this at the back of his mind. Though the reward was exceptionally handsome, it didn't matter if he couldn't find or locate Lionel for himself. But as time passed, Havoc began to notice something odd. Outside of that time on Earth, he had never seen a single wanted poster for Lionel. This was odd, especially since Lionel was supposedly a Tier 4 fugitive. Shield Cross stars should be doing everything in their power to find him, especially since he should be the only criminal of that caliber in the Milky Way. There was no excuse for him to have been ignored for so long. That was when Havoc's senses went off. There was something not quite right about all of this. So, he began to monitor Earth as well. In the last few years, Earth, having entered the fourth dimension, began to open itself up to forms of trade and communication with the outside world, making this task far easier. And, as expected, Earth didn't even receive a warning for destroying a ship of Shield Cross stars, and neither was Emperor Fox placed on a wanted list either. This made even less sense than Lionel's wanted posters not having been placed anywhere. It just didn't make any sense. However, Havoc had an advantage others hadn't. During his stay on terrain, he became quite familiar with the merchants that frequented the small planet. With how meticulous he was, how could he not take the time to know his enemy? After realizing that something was wrong, Havoc began to reach out to them. Using tactics that were sometimes covert and sometimes even overt to the point of threats, he managed to piece together a narrative that he was fairly certain was true. Firstly, the charges levied against Lionel were, in all likelihood, false. Secondly, the true perpetrators were the cities of terrain. Thirdly, for Shield Cross stars to neglect this, and given their odd actions in detaining him when he hadn't done anything wrong, likely meant that the cities and Shield Cross stars were in cahoots. Fourthly, for them to take this path instead of countless others they could have, this meant that Lionel's background was most definitely not simple. It was difficult to tell if these were connections he had through his grandfather, since Emperor Fox remained untouched as well, or if they were ones he had alone. Either way, it didn't particularly matter. And fifthly, if he could learn all of this, he was certain that Shield Cross stars could as well. But they hadn't either because they didn't care to, didn't want to, or very few of them were aware of this matter to begin with. From Havoc's understanding, it was definitely a combination of all three. This meant something quite simple. He would be a fool if he simply ran out of this room, shouting at the top of his lungs that he had found a wanted criminal. Even if he got some immediate gratification and even a large part of the reward, his life wouldn't last very long afterward. But there was one piece of information he had been holding close to his heart. As cautious as he had been with everything else, he had been even more cautious with this one. That mistress Era of the Kiafur family had disappeared that day according to the information he had gathered. But, what was more important was her full name now that her marriage would no longer happen. Era Ovaltine. Chapter 808. You're making another gun? Didn't you say you preferred your bow? Aina, who had seemingly decided to not leave Lionel's side ever since she learned he might very well be in danger soon, was watching Lionel craft for the first time. Well, this wasn't necessarily the first time. She had been in the vicinity before, but this could be considered the first time all her attention was on him completely. Usually, when the two were working in the same room, they would be in their own worlds. But this time was different. I didn't have the skill to make anything better than a bow in the past. Lionel replied. But this doesn't mean I'm abandoning my bow. Lionel had far more flexibility with a bow than he ever would with a gun. The maneuvers he could make, most of which relied on his ridiculous coordination and calculation abilities, would always be beyond anything he could do with a gun no matter how he built it. Sometimes the most ancient way to do something was the best way for a reason. However, there was a reason the gun had surpassed the bow, at least on Earth. For one, the learning curve was far steeper. And secondly, the power would never be able to match up. In the past, Lionel had reached an odd state where his crafting skill wasn't high enough to surpass his personal strength, thus resulting in him not being capable of creating things that would truly help him in battle. He quickly outgrew his pair of pistols. He couldn't form consumable items he found worth using in battle. And, the ultimate almost slap to his face as a crafter was his spear domain ring. If there was one lineage factor Lionel always neglected before he spent 2 years diligently breaking down and rebuilding his weaknesses, it was his spear domain lineage factor. But, there was a very good reason for this. When you had access to spears of a quality far beyond what anyone else had, it became too easy to rely on them. Just think about it. Lionel had access to quasi-bronze spears before he could even make a Tier 5 craft. And now, he could pull out a quasi-silver spear with a thought, but he had yet to even successfully craft his first fifth-dimensional craft. When it came to his snowy star owl lineage factor, following the branches and sub-branches was as easy as just choosing a path on a forked road to follow. When it came to his metal synergy lineage factor, it was even simpler. Just choose your ores to absorb and break open those layered, chained doors when the time was right. It couldn't have been more straightforward. But what about his spear domain lineage factor? How did he measure his progress? Was it by mastering more spears? Was it by strengthening his way of the spear? Was it by improving his domains? Lionel even felt that he had learned and understood more about his king's might lineage factor in just the few days he had had it than he had for his spear domain lineage factor even with years more time. His king's might was simple as well. It gave an amplification to all his abilities with an emphasis on his domains and his aura or presence. As for how to improve it, that was even simpler, just increase his burden. The more people who trusted and relied on him, the more people who were loyal to him, the more powerful his king's might would become. One would think that the best way to improve spear domain was just to conquer more spears within the spear domain ring. After all, the lineage factor stemmed from this mysterious ring, right? In fact, the ring was able to appear within the zone while even the segmented cube hadn't been able to, so it was likely even more unfathomable than Lionel knew. But Lionel didn't believe things were this simple. For one, doing so ended him relying too much on the strength of his weapon. And secondly, there was an elephant in the room he hadn't addressed. There were billions of Morales family members. Among them, there were many who had awoken their spear domain lineage factor. But there was obviously only one ring. So how had they improved theirs? The next logical answer was with universe cycles. Wasn't that how everyone improved their skill, whether it be with a weapon or an element? However, this only made it more complicated for Lionel. His universal cycle comprehension wasn't tethered to a single weapon or element. He had grasped it to its purest form and could apply it to anything, which left his spear in somewhat of a limbo. The current Lionel, though, believed that he had grasped onto something. It had taken time, but he just might have carved out a path ahead. That said, though, his current focus was entirely on his new gun. Well, it was less accurate to call it a gun and more accurate to say that it was a sniper rifle. With the design he had in mind, it would be a behemoth of epic proportions. What he needed wasn't a gun that could deal with cannon fodder. What he needed was a steel giant that could blast a hole the size of a barrel through the chest of a fifth-dimensional expert. One would think that in the 2 years spent without little Tolly or crafting, Lionel's skill would have diminished, or, at the very least, remained stagnant. However, this couldn't have been further from the truth. In a world with nothing to do and weeks, even months passing between battles, Lionel had nothing but time on his hands. There was no Aina to distract him, no drama to take up his mental faculties, and a mind that was constantly strengthening its ability to split every day. Not only had he conquered all of the quasi-bronze spears in his spear domain ring, but he had lost count of the number of crafts he had completed in his dream world. Even when he couldn't get his hands on fifth-dimensional ores to work on, he simulated their characteristics using the information he knew about them to an almost 99% threshold toward perfection. Lionel's skill had long since crossed into the realms of a bronze crafter. As for his limits, he wasn't sure. But he would definitely be using the fifth-dimensional ores the valiant Heart Elders so graciously gave him to give his enemies a good surprise. Lionel didn't know, though, that he'd be receiving a surprise of his own very soon as well. Chapter 809. Lionel couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This sniper rifle would have even more components than his divine armor, yet comparing the difficulty he had in creating his armor versus how almost easy it felt to finish it, it was almost surreal. You're not abandoning the bow, so I assume this gun will be very powerful? Lionel nodded. Very. It will probably be able to blow a hole right through a mountain. If that mountain was in the fourth dimension, it would probably be able to level it completely. Aina blinked, looking at Lionel's side profile. If there was one thing Lionel never did, it was exaggerate in order to gain her awe and affection. Aina didn't believe he consciously did this knowing that she would like it. Rather, it was just how he was. He was confident enough in himself to feel that he didn't need to lie to impress people, and he had always been like this. Plus, hadn't he already gotten her now? He had even less of a need to try to impress her now compared to the past. Yet, he had still said these words. That only meant one thing to Aina. He meant them. It had never truly sunk in for Aina just how good Lionel was at force crafting. Even before learning he had such a skill, she had been in awe of crafters for a long time already. She could remember memories of her father speaking about the experts who forged the battle axe heirloom she wielded even to this day. From a young age, she had been indoctrinated into believing how special they were. So, when the day came that her man seemed capable of completing things even they found difficult with ease, it was so surreal that she sometimes forgot Lionel was on such a level. Watching him focus so diligently on even the smallest of parts like this left her with an unknown feeling in her heart. What about the recoil? Will you be all right? Lionel grinned when he heard this. This is what's so special about this sniper rifle. I built it with the specifications of my metal body and snowy star owl lineage factor in mind. Even if it lands in the hands of another, it might as well be scrap metal. At its lowest setting, blasting a hole through the head of someone at tier 8 and even 9 if their defenses aren't great would be as easy as me pulling the trigger. At least if this tier 8 or 9 individual is in the quadrant of the universe, anyway. But, at the highest setting, if I go all out, someone at tier 3 or 4, even 5 of the 5th dimension would definitely have to dodge out of the way. Though, I could probably only make such a shot once or twice. Aina blinked, finding it all to be almost too ridiculous. That doesn't fix the problem of recoil. You'd end up blasting a hole through yourself. Aina frowned. Even hearing this, Lionel's grin only grew wider. That's only if the bullet's strength came from within the sniper rifle itself. But, that would make the design too boring. Aina raised her brows. The days passed quickly and the time for the second round was already upon them. Unfortunately, while the start of the second round wasn't a surprise, the circumstances were very different. For one, it turned out that the reason the Milky Way Guild agreed to act as their third party was if and only if they could profit from their internal struggle. A fight for power between 4 of the Milky Way's most powerful organizations? Who wouldn't want to watch such entertainment? And, those who didn't want it for entertainment would definitely want to know the outcome. This battle alone could change the landscape of the entire galaxy, or at the very least, the quadrant they shared. Unsurprisingly, then, the Milky Way Guild sold countless seats, both real and virtual. By the time the Valiant Heart youths walked into the indoor arena the guild usually set aside for entertainment, it was packed to the walls with people. The atmosphere was rowdy and humid, the shouts of the people above threatening to be even more violent than the winds outside. But, that was only the first surprise. And even then, it was only a surprise to some of them. It was clear that the others had already expected as much. What they didn't expect, though, was for the established rules to suddenly be thrown away. What should have been a simple elimination tournament with a perfect number of 32 had suddenly become something completely different. While Valiant Heart should have had the leverage to fight against this, for some odd reason, this change gained the approval of the Milky Way Guild. It was clear that their supposed neutral third party had a certain loyalty, and that was to money. There was no doubt that this change would be far more entertaining. What once was a elimination tournament had become a 9 versus 9 rotation battle. The 3 organizations were no longer even pretending to be separate, opting to combine their strengths into one from the very beginning. Just like this, Valiant Heart, which should have had over 20 participating members, was forced to cut their options back down to 9, 3 of which were already taken up by their seeded geniuses. How could they not be infuriated? Yet, they couldn't even sulk and bask in this fury. It was simply too difficult. With the rowdy crowd only getting louder as the event was introduced, they couldn't even simmer, feeling as though the entire world was laughing at their struggles. As Lionel listened to Hutchins slowly explain the changes, he remained silent. At the very least, Hutchins' own calmness seemed to say that he expected something like this. Either that, or this was just his disposition. Hopefully, if it was the former, he had a plan to deal with this beyond today. "I'll go first," Lionel suddenly said. Many eyes looked over toward him, including Hutchin. Usually, they would save the most powerful for last. And though the elders weren't convinced that Lionel was this most powerful individual, he was at the very least not the weakest. But Lionel only shrugged, not explaining himself. In this sort of environment, facing this sort of hostility, you couldn't let your enemy linger around. If Valiant Heart won by a close shave, there were any number of steps the three organizations could take and still come out clean. However, if they were crushed, whittling to nothing before the eyes of so many, even if they took those steps, they would only be seen as bottom feeders and shameless. If Valiant Heart was lucky, the latter path should save them a few more years. Lionel would gladly accept these years too, as they would only help him. Okay. Hutchin agreed. Lionel smiled and winked toward Aina, leaping for the stage to find a cloaked figure waiting for him. This must be the first of their secret-seated geniuses. What's the point of still wearing a cloak now? If I want to see who you are, it won't be very difficult. Just as Lionel was about to pry through this person's cloaked defenses, something he had never expected to happen, happened. The cloaked figure froze, shuddering for a moment. And then, they yelled something that caught Lionel completely off guard. Captain. Ah. Lionel's lips hung partially open. Damn it. Lionel thought. This just got 100 times more complicated. Chapter 8:10. The cloaked figure suddenly charged for Lionel. But, when many thought the battle would begin, he suddenly enveloped him into a massive bear hug. The rowdiness of the crowd continued for a while, thinking that maybe this hug was some sort of attack. When it came to the strongest individuals, after all, a bear hug might be among the most vicious ways to kill someone. But, it became very clear, very quickly, that this wasn't a vicious bear hug at all, especially when the cloaked figure set Lionel down, removing his cloak to reveal a beaming smile. Hey, Milan. How've you been? Lionel forced a smile. He should be happy to see his teammate, but this supposedly good thing was most definitely not one, especially if he was correct. Lionel didn't even need to look now to understand that most, if not all, of the mysterious 9 geniuses that the 3 organizations had hidden until now were from Earth. It might sound like Lionel was angry because he couldn't fight for Valiant Heart Mountain, but this wasn't the case at all. This was much deeper than that. It was the sort of problem that was giving Lionel a major headache just thinking about it. If it was just about winning, what could be simpler than this? His teammates would forfeit long before he even had to ask. It was just the kind of men they were. And, even if there were others from Earth that weren't his teammates, that hardly mattered. The fact they were from Earth meant that they had been training for the same amount of time Lionel had, and he didn't believe anyone who fit into such a category could defeat him, at least not in this segment of the universe. What was the problem, then? It was a matter of flexibility and maneuverability. Things might have been fine if the 3 organizations didn't know the relationship between Lionel and the others, but now that they did, it would be impossible to just hide them all away. Using the snow globe sounded like the logical answer, but he would need the actual chance to do so first. And, beyond that, who was to say that these 9 were the only ones he had to worry about? What about the others that were likely still within those 3 organizations right this very moment? Lionel wasn't naive enough to believe that only 9 total had been sent out. The only potential good news was that Lionel had a feeling that this was done in partnership with Earth. It was unlikely that these organizations would choose to forego this partnership, especially given Earth's potential. At least they wouldn't do so blatantly and without thought. This might give them a bit of breathing room. However, even with this being the case, Lionel didn't believe that this would be a great deterrence. Not in the face of whatever value Valiant Heart Mountain's territory and the Milky Way Guild could provide, anyway. Lionel's instincts were tingling all over. He could feel that he had already been found out, that a trap was being slowly closed in around him. He could understand that if the person he thought was behind this was, that this was definitely the approach they would want to take. They wouldn't want him to die an easy death or be simply captured. They would want something that would help them to vent all the rage and frustration that had been brewing within themselves for over 2 years already. Milan blinked when he looked at Lionel's face and scratched the back of his head. As Lionel's center on the football field, a position that was essentially considered to be Lionel's head guard, Milan was quite good at realizing when he had done something wrong. But, usually, it took some detective work. It had never been this obvious before, which could only mean one thing. He had definitely made a big mistake this time. And it was a big mistake that even Lionel wasn't confident in cleaning up. He had all sorts of jokes lined up about everything from Lionel's hair to who that new beauty next to him was, but he couldn't even bring himself to say it any longer. Milan scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Cap. Lionel opened his mouth to respond. But in the end, he sighed a smile and shook his head. Forget it. Maybe things will be more interesting this way. How many are with you? There's Joel, Raj, and Drake. Milan's response carried an undertone of seriousness, his cadence even and his voice quite booming. It almost seemed as though he was speaking too loudly, but this was just his natural volume. He was quite used to speaking like this, especially given his original profession. Drake? The rookie? Milan grinned. He's already almost 18, Cap. I dunno if we can't still call him that. Lionel smiled. I guess you're right. By this point, he would have already taken our spots, huh? By this point, the entire arena had fallen into an awkward lull. The three organization heads weren't sure how to respond to this sudden situation. This was especially so for the old man of Misty Woods, considering Milan was one of his three hidden seated geniuses. What's the problem, Cap? Milan asked. Do you need Valiant Heart to win? It would help, but that's not the main problem. It also doesn't mean as much as it would have in the past anymore, considering. Milan forced a sheepish grin. Indeed, it wouldn't mean as much anymore. Even if Milan was the only one in cahoots with Lionel, the three organizations would still use it as an excuse to void the entire competition. Then what should we do? Lionel looked around for a moment, his eyes drifting toward a certain section of the arena where a few sat silently, many of whom wore masks. It was difficult to tell if they were hiding something or if this was simply their usual style of dress. That depends, Lionel responded. Who else is here? Everyone is from Earth. I'm not sure if you know them. But, there is that girl that used to follow her around. Lionel's lip twitched. Her? Milan blinked. Don't worry, Cap. I won't mention her in front of your new girl. Scout's honor. Lionel touched his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming along. How many times would he have to deal with this, exactly? That's Aina, you big lug. Milan looked over Lionel's shoulder toward Aina, who still wore her mask, then back to Lionel. You met another girl by the same name? Do you have a fetish or something, Cap? The wave of déjà vu almost made Lionel faint once again. Chapter 8:11. Lionel couldn't blame Milan too much. Aina had gone from 57 to over 6 feet tall. It was only inevitable that many would think her to be a completely different person. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as Lionel's mind kicked into overdrive. Numerous thoughts and plans flashed one after another, his thinking speed becoming faster and faster. Lionel felt sparks flying through his dreamscape. But the final connection couldn't be made no matter how hard he tried. Augustus Ovaltine, the head of the Milky Way Guild. The worst-case scenario is having to fight a man of that caliber, but there's also a high likelihood that he's involved. Such a high-profile deal wouldn't have been made without his approval. Lionel looked up and into the high ceiling lights before looking back toward Aina, who had been staring at him right from the very beginning. His lip curled into a slightly bitter smile. It was the kind of look that made Aina's heart skip a beat outside of her control. She knew at that point that Lionel was about to do something that placed him in a ridiculous amount of danger. It felt as though all her fears were collapsing onto her chest in waves. Lionel hadn't moved, but to her, it was almost like he was fading from existence. Don't you dare! She roared, sirens blaring in her mind. Lionel's lips moved without a sound. Sorry. Aina's mind went blank. She hardly registered what happened next. All she could hear was the whining high pitch of her breathing. All she could see was a blurry world of flashing light and cacophonic explosions. When she realized that she should probably move, to do something, do anything, Lionel sprung into action. Sorry about this, big fella. A blinding pair of white gold wings appeared to Lionel's back. Before Milan could react, Lionel appeared behind him, his foot snapping outward with such force that the air crackled and popped. On reflex, Milan's energy shield ability activated. On first look, his own ability was identical to Wuxia's. But it was clear by the fact he was chosen as a seated genius and Wuxia was not, despite being from the same organization, that he was the clear-cut better of the two. Unfortunately, it didn't matter. Lights of gold and fires of black-red exploded around Lionel's leg. It was an objectively beautiful sight, the way the lightness and darkness contrasted and danced about one another. But, as beautiful as it was, the devastation it wrought was on a completely different level. Lionel's planted leg shattered the arena beneath his feet. The haft to Lionel's back crumbled into large, irregularly shaped stone slabs that kicked up into the air as though a skateboard that had an end pressed down. Google the haft to his front splintered into a web of shatter pieces all at once like a pane of glass clattering against the floor. And that was when Lionel's kick connected. Milan's body curved into an inverted U. The backs of his hands and the soles of his feet nearly touched as he streaked across the arena like a meteor. He carved a path of light and fire in the air, a sharp pain stinging his lower back as he drew a line right toward Aina. She realized a figure was shooting toward her. Her mind was a garbled mess. She could feel that Lionel had a reason for doing all of this, that he had a reason for cutting her away like this when they had already both agreed to rise to the top together, but she was too distraught to think of it. She should have been able to stop Milan in the air without injuring the both of them, and yet she was too late to raise even a hand. The worst hadn't even happened yet, but she had practically collapsed because she knew all too well how it would end. At that moment, Head Hutchin flashed to Aina's side, placing a hand on her shoulder and stopping Milan mid-flight. It was exactly then that Lionel pulled it out. It was a sniper rifle of epic proportions, yet it seemed drawn up from the fantasy of all men. It had a base of black accented by vibrant golds and silvers. Its barrel was over a meter long alone and its body as a whole was nearly 2. Just looking it made one feel its heft. The sniper rifle whirled with power. For a moment, all the air in the arena seemed to swirl toward it, leaving streaks of humidity whirling into its nozzle. The body of the sniper rifle began to glow. It was imperceptible, but the heat of the arena also rose by a measure as Lionel rose it to his shoulder, his eye training along its length. At that moment, his smile completely faded. All that was left was cold, a heavy violet air manifesting around his very being. His short hair waved about with violent shifts that made it feel as though he was about to be the center of his own hurricane. His gaze locked onto the silent masked figures, the barrel of his gun lining up with his sights, his will and his determination. Since things were going to be like this, he might as well set the world ablaze. Aina. You are the only one I can trust to keep them all safe. You are my queen, after all. As for the rest of this burden, I'll take it on personally. The sniper rifle jolted. A blazing streak of light shot through the arena. Lionel had acted so quickly and so without logic and sense that many couldn't grasp what was happening until it already had. Lionel slid back a meter due to the recoil, but it was clear that he wasn't injured in the slightest. Up above, though. In a location where the masked figures had been. The dignified figure of a young woman sat. Just before, she had been silently observing everything without a word. But, right then, she sat stunned, unable to believe what had happened. Her neck slowly craned downward, only to find a cauterized, bowl-sized wound through her chest. At that moment, her mask slowly slid off beneath the surprise of everyone present, just in time for them all to see the last light of her life leave her. Lionel looked up with narrowed eyes. I hope you find peace in death knowing the hell I'm about to experience, Era. Lionel hardly finished the thought before that hell descended. In line with the title of today's chapter, I would like to say sorry for the fact there will only be 2 today. Don't go all Aina on me, tears. Chapter 8:12. In the beginning, there was nothing but silence. The crowd, which had believed the battle was starting up with Lionel's kick, was ready to get into the action. Seeing Lionel's display of strength and power, even to the point of shattering the arena for all that it was worth, how could they not feel their blood boil? This was what they had come for. This was what they wanted to see. However, how could they know that Lionel's reason for sending Milan flying like that had little to do with giving them the entertainment they so ravenously sought after? He had two purposes, both of which were fulfilled by a single action. The first was to give himself space. The vicinity around the sniper rifle when it fired couldn't be handled by just anyone. And he also didn't want Milan getting swept up in what was coming. He needed speed, and that unfortunately had to translate to power as well. The second reason was layered. He needed to ensure that Aina couldn't interfere in the immediate aftermath. Even though he was certain that she would be able to handle Milan without injuring either of them, he obviously hadn't wanted to harm the two of them to begin with. What he wanted was for Aina to be distracted and unable to get caught up in these matters. This, unfortunately, resulted in him taking advantage of Aina's distraught state. Because the only way to truly ensure that Aina didn't interfere was by making sure someone more powerful than she was stepped in. And that was where Head Hutchin, who currently had a hand on her shoulder, came into play. The silent, tacit deal that was made across space between the two men was clear: protect my people and they'll give your valiant Heart Mountain a chance to survive this ordeal. The crowd was obviously unaware of all of this. They had been excited to an extreme until the point they witnessed Era's chest being torn through. She didn't get a chance to reveal her master plan. She didn't get a moment to vent her hatred and fury. She didn't even get a chance to say a last word to Lionel before she suddenly found her life to be forfeit. In the irony of all ironies, she died just the way her future husband had, in a state of despair, unable to even lift a finger of resistance. Maybe her only solace in death was that Lionel's current actions made him like a frog in a boiling pot of water. Except for the fact that in this analogy, there wouldn't be a slow upturn of heat. Whatever blazing fires there would be happening now. The masked figures by Era's side, seemingly guards that should have been protecting her safety, suddenly snapped out of their daze. For a moment, they couldn't believe that they had allowed a third-dimensional brat to kill their charge right before them. It didn't make any sense. Their reaction time, their training, their prowess, it should have all been far beyond Lionel's. None of this even mentioned the fact they were an arm's length of Era while Lionel was easily 300 or 400 meters away. When they realized what happened, they were first stricken with horror, then an all-pervading fear sunk into their bones, then right after, their expressions twisted with rage beneath their masks, their fifth-dimensional auras shattering the space around them. In a corner within the same seating section, Havoc hung onto the crashing slabs of rock and metal for dear life, fear paling his face. If that gun had been aimed toward him, wouldn't he be dead right now? If Lionel hadn't assumed he was just some servant boy standing quietly in the corner, would he have aimed for him instead? Havoc's overinflated sense of worth seemed to seep even into his thoughts of fear. The truth was that even if Lionel had known his identity and the role he had played in all of this, his sniper rifle would have still been aimed for Era. His actions weren't about simple revenge. It was deeper than that. 3 blazing auras tore a path toward Lionel as the screams began to rock the arena. Those watching the events from a distant place didn't quite know how to react to this change either. But there were a few older gentlemen and noble women that leaned back in their chairs and took a sip of wine. Someone challenging the Milky Way Guild? How long had it been, exactly? Yip. Yip. Save it for now, buddy. We've got some running to do. Lionel thought bitterly as little Blackstar hopped to his head. Every fiber of Lionel's being wanted to take just one more look toward Aina, but he suppressed the feeling. He knew that if he did, he would see something he definitely did not want to see. All the while, his teammates in black cloaks wanted to rush out, especially Raj, who had grown into a towering wall of fat. But it was Joel who clamped down on both of them hard. You idiots. Control yourselves. Joel barked out harshly. If Lionel was the captain of the offense, Joel was the captain of the team's defense. His leadership qualities only fell a few steps behind Lionel's own. Even though he couldn't quite understand why Lionel was doing all of this, it was more than obvious that he didn't want them to interfere. Lionel's hands flipped, causing his sniper rifle to vanish. His gaze turned a shade of cold that made it seem as though he had detached from the whole of the world. Sadness, regret, rage, fury. They all seemed like foreign objects he couldn't grasp. This world? It was his domain. The instant the guards were about to touch the ground and shoot toward Lionel, the latter's palm flipped over, revealing a heavy spear as a wild violet bronze aura erupted around him. The guards felt their weight increase what felt like 100-fold for an instant, causing what should have been their sure steps to falter just enough for Lionel to blaze a trail by them. Chapter 8:13. No one expected for Lionel to survive a single exchange. But, by some means only known to himself and the three men who chased after him, he had managed to do exactly that. Streaking toward the collapsed seating section, Era's dead body was currently sliding down from, a trail of blood following her descent. The three fifth-dimensional guards' heavy steps shattered the ground even more resoundingly than anything Lionel could have accomplished. But, the result was them being trapped knee-deep for just a moment. In that instant of time, they had a horrifying thought. Had he done it on purpose? Even if Lionel was trying to get rid of Milan as quickly as possible, shattering the arena with his foot before was still overkill, no? Could he really have shattered it for the expressed purpose of facilitating their entrapment? If the arena wasn't so damaged to begin with, a simple falter of their steps wouldn't have forced them to lag behind for so long, let alone be trapped knee-deep. The intuition of a fifth-dimensional expert was scary despite the fact none of them had mental abilities. Whether it was true or not, a hint of caution was birthed in their hearts. But, by the time they ripped themselves out from the ground, their heads snapped in the direction of Lionel. He was already 3/4 of the way to the collapsed seating arrangements. The guards immediately reacted, shooting toward Lionel and catching up quickly. But, they were soon horrified to find Lionel picking up Era's corpse by the neck and throwing it hard into the crowd. It was as though they were watching their own hearts being thrown across the room. They obviously had no feelings for Era. In fact, in the last 2 years, not many had good opinions toward her at all. She seemed to have sunk into an obsession and all her time was spent in a rage. Taking on the task of guarding her was already thankless, but now even those horrors seemed benign to what was happening now. To the Milky Way Guild, this wasn't just about losing a family member of the head. Era was hardly worth much in the eyes of Augustus, or else Anna Red would have never had the chance to marry her in the first place. This was an issue of face and prestige. They were called the Milky Way Guild. This entire galaxy was meant to be beneath their thumb. Even the Shield Cross Star's branches in their territory had to listen to the whims of a child of theirs who didn't hold real power in this galaxy. And yet, now one of their own had not only been publicly assassinated, but was even being thrown about like a rag doll. One of the guards had no choice but to split from the group, leaving booming concentric circles of air as he went toward Era's arching corpse. The two remaining redoubled their efforts, seething as they shot for Lionel. It was as though with his every action, they witnessed their chances at surviving this ordeal slipping further and further away. Lionel landed heavily on the shattered seating section, his expression cold and indifferent. He didn't even glance toward Havoc, who was trembling in a corner barely 2 arms' reaches from him. The latter clung to a slab of broke rock, trying not to fall below. But, his trembling hands seemed to want to forsake him entirely. Lionel, though, simply struck out a palm, causing the already partially collapsed rock to shatter completely under a combination of his earth elemental force and his power. Even in his escape, Lionel took the most efficient route, not wasting even the slightest bit of effort he didn't have to. Lionel dove into the hole he created and stepped into the hallway. His body rippled, several clones of himself splitting in all directions as the hole behind him sealed completely shut. Google not even a split moment later, the 2 guards shot through, but what they saw left them frozen. Hundreds of Lionels ran in every direction. With the shape of the pillar, the building plan of this settlement was based out a circular circumference. The arena had been like a nestled egg within this circumference and had a hallway that wrapped all the way around it. In order to accommodate such a large number of people, though, this hallway was wide, being at least 20 meters thick. And, at the same time, it had numerous exits, entrances, stalls, shops and even teleportation formations. Lionel took full advantage of it all, his clones rushing toward every location like a swarm of locusts. His skill in harmonic spear had reached such an impossible point that even sustaining so many to complete so many different actions was as easy as thinking it. Still, the guards reacted quickly. In their experience, clones were just visual tricks. They'd be able to easily pick out the real one by using their internal sight. How could a third-dimensional brat hide from them? But, to their horror, no matter how diligently they swept through the grand hallway, they saw nothing more than the same images of refracting light. In a rage, one of the guards shot a fist toward the Lionel clone, only to find that it passed right through as though he was touching nothing more than air. And, to add insult to injury, the clone continued to run like nothing had happened, still pretending to be one of Lionel. The real Lionel had long since stepped through the cracks. Search as for why the guards couldn't find him? That was because his internal sight was far beyond the two of theirs. Not only could internal sight be used to sense, it could also be used to protect from the internal sight of others. Against two guards at the very beginning stages of the fifth dimension, did he even have to worry about such a thing? But, the prerequisite for him continuing to hide like this was in sustaining as many clones as possible. Unfortunately, that would be impossible the further from them he got. Lionel, though, was already prepared for this possibility. The true games would begin when he stepped onto planet Vincero. Chapter 8:14. The arena was shell-shocked. The heads of the three organizations weren't quite sure how to react to all of this. A part of them wanted to act to stop Lionel as well, but the complications of the matter stopped them from acting rashly. For one, who would think that Lionel could deal with three fifth-dimensional existences? Second, with the way he interacted with Milan despite the fact they had kept their seated geniuses as a hidden trump card meant that he was likely also from Earth. Third, this was a matter of the Milky Way Guild's face. If they couldn't deal with the situation themselves, the whispering voices would only become louder. None of this even mentioned the odd optics of it all. Somehow, the four organizations got several geniuses from Earth. All of these geniuses seemed to know one another. They just so happened to gather after the four organizations asked for the Milky Way Guild to be a third-party observer, and the result of it all was the death of a direct-line child of the guild head? No matter how you looked at it, it was suspicious to an extreme. What if they acted and Lionel somehow managed to escape? What if they had sprung to action and had Hutchin along with the four mysterious elders took the opportunity to sow some chaos which facilitated Lionel's survival? How could they wash their hands clean of such optics? With that single move, they would be dragged down along with Valiant Heart Mountain. They would go from enemies to allies by circumstance in a single move. To make matters worse, now that Lionel had managed to escape while they didn't act, they were suffering under optics that were just as bad. Now it seemed like their inaction had only helped Lionel as opposed to shining light on their innocence like they had wanted it to. Worrying about Valiant Heart Mountain now? How could they? They had to go all out to find and trap Lionel, or else once the dust settled and cleared, even if the Milky Way Guild didn't punish them directly, they had plenty of ways to make them suffer. As though all of this wasn't terrible enough, if they had thoughts of harming the people of Earth to prove the fact they had nothing to do with all of this, the avenues of retaliation Lionel had were now as open as a great sea. With just a few hints, a few innuendos here and there, a couple inexplainable situations, he could easily make it seem like he was in cahoots with the three organizations. If he chose to do so, the stain on them would be inerasable. He had bound their hands completely. As long as they behaved themselves, they could chase him all they wanted for their revenge. But the moment they stepped over the line, everything they had built would come crumbling down. As the three heads were thinking these thoughts, how could Head Hutchin and the others not understand all of this as well? In a single, seemingly reckless and thoughtless move, Lionel had saved quite literally everybody. But himself. Lionel dashed through the halls of the settlement. At that moment, the blaring horn of warning bells sounded, vibrating with such a booming cadence that even the walls vibrated. It was the kind of obnoxious sound that made one's ears bleed and one's eyes blur beside themselves. Lionel's eyes narrowed. This would be where the true challenge began. There was just one method of entering and leaving this place, but there were multiple methods of doing so. Unfortunately, Lionel was only familiar with just a single method since it was the only one he was shown. All methods of leaving led to the roof. The surface of planet Vincero was too dangerous for anyone not of the sixth dimension to casually step onto. As such, transportation on the surface was mostly neglected. All the mining the guild did was high up on mountain peaks. They would then carve paths through these mountains downward and toward thicker and richer deposits. The singular method Lionel knew of to reach the roof was through the guest holdings. He had already memorized the path. Up 27 floors, through the wide lobby he had seen the Milky Way Guild sign from, then to the teleportation pad. If they were smart, they would have already shut down all teleportation platforms. But this was something that Lionel had already thought of as well. Would he even be a force crafter if he was stalled by such a thing? Lionel shot up a flight of stairs, his heavy steps purposely pressing down just hard enough to send him forward and shatter what was behind him. He no longer cared about hiding his tracks, he had already dispelled his clones. On top of that, he was certain that there were eyes all over this building, so whether he shattered the steps or not, they would know his location. Though he could easily sense and destroy the force arts manning the images of himself, a trail of broken images would just as easily point out where he was. 13 floors left. Lionel's speed did him wonders. He had already cut the distance he needed to cross by almost half just by not bothering about covering his tracks. So that's their plan? Got it. Lionel's gaze turned cold, his speed rising to an even higher gear as he tapped into his snowy star owl lineage factor. Star path. A lane of sparkling force appeared before Lionel. As though he was gliding across ice, his pace skyrocketed. This second stage of his speed sub-branch was on a completely different level. He burst through the doors of the guest floor, his momentum so great that he rose into the air, a massive pair of wings spreading from his back. With a single look below, he saw a swarm of Milky Way Guild elites. There must have been almost 100, each of them ready and waiting. It was clear that they didn't believe Lionel warranted such a reception, but rather that they no longer wanted any mistakes. All of this would end here. Lionel's aura blazed, his white gold wings of force spreading out as his halo glowed with a fierce light. The Milky Way Guild sign that hung to his back shattered into motes of sparkling lights, crumbling down to the ground below. Chapter 8:15. Lionel almost immediately fell to the ground nearly as fast as he had soared, but for some reason to those below, it felt as though he had flown. The image was ingrained into their minds, searing the presence of an existence that would be molded into their very psyches. Clang. 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 Lionel's chain domain appeared again as his palm flipped over. A cascade of illusory and real chains manifested, crisscrossing the room in a sea of endless blackness. The instant Lionel touched the floor, he shot forward. The fifth dimension? It was a level far beyond him. Even after pushing his metal body from Tier 4 to Tier 9, the change wasn't as drastic as he hoped. Though his body was indeed stronger than it had been in the past, the chain of his true dimension was like rock sinking him further and further. This weight only became heavier the more he progressed in his mind and body to the point it was suffocating him. However, Lionel had already decided that the moment he escaped his planet, his destination would be wherever the map Uncle Montez had given him pointed out. It was high time he stepped out from the third dimension. Lionel didn't swing his spear even a single time. He weaved in and out of a barrage of attacks, his mind seeing through 10, 20, 30 steps ahead even in the face of so many fifth-dimensional experts. This was a completely different situation than the one he had faced with Alexander. He didn't need to defeat these people. He didn't have to protect anyone. His only obligation was to reach his target destination and keep himself safe. Nothing more, nothing less. Even the little mink on his head had long since entered his incorporeal form. Even if they wanted to target Little Blackstar, their attacks would just pass right through. Lionel's chains whipped out. Sometimes they would appear at an enemy's feet, slowing their forward progress. Sometimes they would appear beneath or before their swinging arms, delaying their attacks. And sometimes they would even appear in Lionel's path, being footholds for him to flip through and change direction in the air. One would have thought that they were experiencing some sort of circus act. A room of almost 100 fifth-dimensional existences, yet none of them could seem to stop a single brat. Lionel had long since realized that most abilities were only useful when you only had to worry about yourself. The larger of a group you were in, the less likely you would be to use your own. This wasn't only because an ability was often a trump card to change the tides of battle, but also because it was too difficult to ensure the avoidance of friendly fire. Unless, of course, you didn't care about it at all. Get the hell out of my way. A roar suddenly came from a man who was fed up. Lionel had already crossed halfway through the lobby area in what felt like an instant. To say that it was an embarrassment was an understatement. This sort of stain wasn't one any of them were willing to take on. Lionel felt a violent force lock onto him. Black flames rose toward the ceiling, wreaking havoc everywhere it touched. Many who surrounded the man scattered, their expressions warping as though they were looking at a madman. A wide beam of fire shot toward Lionel, carrying a heat that could melt mountains. Even furniture and art pieces tens of meters away erupted into their own blaze, becoming sparkling piles of ash. Normally, Lionel wouldn't be afraid of fire, and even now, he wasn't. But the issue with this attack wasn't in the flame, but rather the force behind it. Even if he could survive the flame, he would still be tossed back by its forward momentum. Not only would that harm him, but it would also undo all his progress, not to mention make any further advancement almost impossible. Yet, even if the face of such a devastating attack, Lionel's gaze remained placid, his steps not even slowing. Die. Lionel vanished into the sea of black. A scorching mark shot through the lobby region, even blasting a hole into the staircase Lionel had come from before being stone-walled by the outer barriers of the pillar. Marcus. What the hell are you doing? Shut the hell up. You think I want a brat slipping away right from under out noses to be on my resume? Over my dead body. Go pick up his corpse and thank me later, son of a bitch. There weren't a small number of people enraged by Marcus' course of action. They weren't even guards, they were just miners who had come here to make a profit but were suddenly tasked with this. This was the main reason they hadn't used their abilities, they weren't even familiar with working with each other like this. However, they still felt this was better than nothing. At least it was over. Did you burn him to ash? Someone asked in confusion. Huh, what the hell did you expect? A third-dimensional brat, how could he possibly handle my flames? The group mostly nodded to this. As long as things were done, that was fine. As for the damage, that would be the Milky Way Guild's problem, not theirs. They were just contracted workers. At that moment though, the whirring of a teleportation formation caught them off guard. One of the miners' face warped. There's residual spatial chi in the air. He used your fire as cover to teleport. Marcus' expression became quite colorful. He couldn't understand it. If the brat could teleport, why not just do it before? Why did he need to use his flames? It felt almost like he had been targeted for embarrassment by Lionel. The group sprinted out of the lobby, shooting for the teleportation formation they were certain should have already been shut down. But they were only in time to find Lionel vanishing, the blaring sounds of the alarms ringing in their ears. In a familiar room of endless glass monitors, an older gentleman with a beard as long and white as his hair sat with one leg crossed over another. He watched this scene in silence, a cup of tea being held between his palm and the hook of his fingers. Before him, a kneeling havoc lay, trembling from head to toe, not speaking a single word. Important announcement below, April 28, 2022. Chapter 8:16. The old gentleman's fingers flickered, causing the monitors to shift and images of Lionel to be spliced together one after another. The video feeds paused, skipped forward and backward, and zoomed in and out to his leisure. However, even after being fine-tuned to the most final and even the most inconsequential detail, the old gentleman still couldn't see how Lionel had managed to teleport. There was no device, there was no flash of force, even the spatial ripple itself was hidden beneath the all-encompassing sea of black flames. There was only one explanation for all of this. Even in that situation, Lionel had timed his trump card so perfectly that even the cameras were unable to pick it up. That meant that he had been willing to be completely covered in those flames for a split moment in exchange for anonymity. But this wasn't the only shocking part about this. The timing was obviously immaculate. What was more impressive, though, was the fact that someone of Lionel's strength actually managed to survive such a thing. The old gentleman flipped the images once again, watching as Lionel reappeared upon the teleportation platform. But once again, there was nothing to find there. The only difference between the Lionel of before and the Lionel of then was in the fact his spear was no longer anywhere to be seen. Yet, his spear wasn't left behind, so it was clear that Lionel had hidden it before his maneuver. Interestingly enough, Lionel's clothing was also in good shape. And, though he wore the uniform of Valiant Heart which left his chest completely exposed without protection, he didn't seem to have been burned at all either. Interesting. As though he had all the patience in the world, the old gentleman cycled back to the very beginning of it all and watched everything frame by frame. He didn't miss out on a single detail, imprinting everything onto his mind. To give us so much footage yet not make a single mistake at any time. The only information this absence of information gives us is the fact he most definitely has a sensory ability. No other existence could be so flawless. Yet, despite having an ability lacking in combat, he still has such strong offensive strength. Just what family could he come from to have such powerful lineage factors? Or is he a spark? If Lionel had been here, even his own face would have been twisted into confusion. A spark? It was a term he had never heard before. However, when the words drifted to Havoc, he trembled outside of his own control. Havoc had been on pins and needles from the very beginning. He hadn't been called here by this gentleman. Rather, he had taken the initiative to come forward and give all the information he had. Since he hadn't done anything wrong or illegal, there was no issue with him being upfront, and it might even help him forge a path for his future. So, the reason he was shaking right now wasn't because he feared dying, but rather because the presence of this old man was too stifling. It seemed that a long time had passed while he was scanning images of Lionel, but the truth was that he had been moving so fast and analyzing images so quickly that he left blurs in his wake. Just the small amount of force that leaked from his actions left Havoc in such a state. Still, that didn't stop Havoc from picking out the old gentleman's words. A spark. It was said that just as easily as the past could influence the future, so too could the future influence the past. When one saw a talent of immense potential, it seemed logical to assume that they came from a great background, but that was a conclusion only those ignorant of the ways of the dimensional verse would make. A spark was a genius without foundation or backing that had such a bright future ahead that they were able to awaken to lineage factors beyond even the imaginations of most. One would think that a spark was rare, and in fact they were, but this was only a matter of relativity. In a powerful section of the dimensional verse, it was more likely to run into a genius with a strong background than it was to run into a spark. However, in a weaker segment of the dimensional verse like this one, if a genius was displaying talent that should only appear in 6th and 7th dimensional folds of reality, the most logical conclusion was that they were a spark. We had already predicted that Earth would birth numerous sparks in the coming centuries, but to actually birth one so powerful so soon. Fascinating, the old gentleman arranged everything he knew about Lionel in his mind. He had a sensory ability. He had high affinity for light, fire, and earth. He likely had a hidden spatial affinity or, at the very least, a treasure that could instantly teleport him. And, he was more likely than not a spark. The best counter would be... All right. The old gentleman pulled out an odd partially glass device. It looked like a small glass orb embedded into a rectangular cutout of precious metal. The interesting part was that the glass orb floated in space, not attached to anything. Manson. The line was silent for a moment before the groggy face of a half-naked woman appeared on the screen. It was difficult to tell if she was just too tired to notice her state or if she simply didn't care. The old gentleman, though, didn't seem to mind at all as he continued speaking without missing a beat. You have a new target. His particulars are: get the job done. You have until the end of the day. I don't wanna, he's a spark. Manson suddenly shot up, her breast jiggled along the bottom of the glass orb, but her face was too up close and personal to see much of it at all. Don't you dare give this to any other squad. I'm taking it. Chapter 8:17. Lionel stood atop the pillar, the whistling of the harsh winds playing in his ear like an eerie flute. He didn't seem eager to move. One would have thought that he wasn't being chased at all as he simply stood there, taking deep breaths one measure at a time. The next steps couldn't be taken casually. Maybe hiding on this planet wouldn't be difficult for him, but leaving it would be a different story entirely. One would think that he would have an easy time. After all, he had sent his coach back to Earth from terrain, so couldn't he do the same to himself? Even if it took some time to set up such a formation or draw such a talisman, if he could take his time to breathe, he definitely had time to at least do that, right? Unfortunately, things were not so simple. These winds and hurricanes might have appeared to be just simple works of nature, but the reality of it was that the moment one stepped into the fourth dimension and beyond, all phenomena had a push of force behind them. The only difference was in how much force there was. This was among the reasons why the fundamental laws of physics began to change with each step of evolution a world took. There was a foreign energy introduced that continuously evolved and grew as it became stronger. How, then, could the same laws of the past apply to it? As a result, Lionel was in a bit of a predicament. Trying to teleport out of a world that was practically shielded by wild fluctuations of force would be asking to die. There was a reason why the only teleportations that occurred on this world were within the protected shield of the pillar. Even coming to this rooftop required the force art to be etched directly onto the sturdy surface of the roof itself. The only way Lionel would be able to teleport away from this world was if he could draw a six-dimensional force art, something he obviously could do. Or, if he had prepared an anchor on another world similar to the teleportation force art on this very rooftop. On top of that, he had to be very careful about using even short-distance teleportation in this world. In fact, if he could help it, he would rather not risk it at all. Lionel had gone out of his way to hide the use of his divine armor from prying eyes using that wall of black flames. He hoped he wasn't pushed to the point he had rendered those efforts useless. Then, it seems like the only way to really leave this planet is to build a ship. Lionel's cold eyes dimmed, a light chuckle leaving his lips. He pulled out a talisman and poured his force into it. He wanted to tell Aina that he was fine. At the very least, he was still close enough that the winds shouldn't interfere too much. He had poured a lot of effort into these talismans just in case. But soon, Lionel frowned. Are the pillar walls blocking it? He really didn't plan on leaving Aina for a long while. At most, he would just take a week or two and then sneak back to Valiant Heart while no one was looking. By then, they could just travel together again. There was nothing stopping him from doing this. But, if the pillar walls were more sturdy than he thought them to be, he would have to wait until Aina left this world to another place. Annoying. Lionel shook his head. It made sense this pillar would have such high resistance against force. After all, it was built to withstand these harsh winds all year. But, that didn't stop him from being ticked off. It always seemed that everything in this dimensional verse was designed to piss him off. He just could never have a moment of peace. And, the small times he did, were all the moments he spent with Aina. Forget it. I need to scout out what kind of minds this place has and see what I have to work with. I'm sure there's an elite team that'll be coming after me soon. Let's go. Lionel shot forward, vanishing in the wind. At that moment, unbeknownst to Lionel, a talisman lay on Aina's palm. It could only be said that Lionel's judgment was clouded. He trusted in his own crafting. He knew at the back of his mind that his level of force arts was far beyond what this pillar could match up to. He knew that his message should have gotten through. He knew that in Aina's current state, she would probably be watching the talisman like a hawk and see it immediately. He knew all of this. However, he subconsciously ignored it for one very important reason. Because if he accepted the logic of it all, he would also have to accept that Aina had consciously chosen to ignore his call. Aina had been sitting in a corner of the arena all to her own, her expressions hidden beneath her mask. But the redness of her gaze couldn't be. She held the talisman in both palms, watching it like a hawk as Lionel expected her to. When it lit up, she nearly cried out in joy, her tears rushing forth in a new, fresh torrent. However, just as she reached to respond, her heart froze over. This fear. How many times would she have to experience it? Time and time again, for as long as she had known Lionel, he was constantly placing himself at risk, doing things she could never agree with for the sake of things she couldn't ever accept. How many times would her heart drop? How many times would she have to be gripped by panic and anxiety of losing him forever? How much could she take? Would this be the last time he did this? If he could promise her this was the last time, she would answer right now. She would throw herself into his arms and never let go. But she knew it wasn't the last time. Even now, she could see the determination in his eyes. That unwavering will that couldn't be swayed by even her. The talisman fell from Aina's palms. She began to cry. It wasn't out of panic or anxiety, but rather because she felt that something inside of her had broken forever. Even as she regretted it and tried to reach out to pull it back, it escaped further and further away. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't undo it. Her sobs rang louder and louder, her shoulders feeling as though they had returned to their formerly petite frame. Chapter 8:18. Aina tried to rein in her cries, but she couldn't seem to do so. At a moment like this, Lionel would have already swooped in and placed a silencing array everywhere and even hidden her from the crowd. But he wasn't by her side at the moment. Having had such a thought, she only seemed to cry harder. Milan, who had taken up the duty of guarding Aina as he felt he should as one of Lionel's teammates, suddenly became flustered beyond compare. How was he supposed to deal with this? What the hell was going on? Ah! Milan grabbed onto his back. Damn it, Cap. Couldn't you have been more light-handed? The blaring alarms of the pillar made it difficult for even Milan to hear himself, and yet Aina's sobs felt so clear to him. He didn't know if it was because he was close by or if it was something else, but it was almost as though her emotions were being painted onto the air. The truth was that Aina had completely lost control of her mental coercion. Let alone Milan, even if one couldn't hear her, it felt as though her sobs were being projected right into their minds. And, instead of growing quieter, they only seemed to grow in strength. Just when Milan truly had no idea what to do anymore, Yuri seemed to appear out of nowhere, sinking to her knees before Aina. Aina, sensing that someone was before her, tried to look up. But all she saw was the blurry silhouette of someone she felt she would recognize if not for her tears. Young mistress. Why, Yuri? Aina hardly finished her words before she plunged into Yuri's chest. Her tears fell like a waterfall, casting a melancholy halo over the surroundings. Yuri was stunned. She had never seen Aina like this before. In fact, she could never remember having seen Aina cry at all. The young mistress she knew was like a towering fortress, unaffected by mundane things around her. Even back in the days of Royal Blue Academy, most everything was just a facade. Aina pretended to be the shy, quiet and reserved type in order to not draw attention to herself, but her true personality was nothing like that. Yuri's arm lightly wrapped around Aina's back. She could feel the pulsating trembling and hear the cadence of the ugly cries through her palm. Everything from Aina's wheezing exhales to her sniveling attempts at breathing was felt by her. She could almost feel Aina collapsing from the inside out. Her grip around her only grew tighter, her emotions less and less in her control. I can't do it, Yuri. He's going to hate me. The last words were like a timepiece falling to the ground. The clattering of shattered glass. The destruction of perfectly crafted gears. The ruin of a delicate mechanism sculpted with care and affection. Yuri's expression flickered. This was about Lionel? But why did it sound like Lionel hadn't done anything wrong? But if he hadn't done wrong, then why was her mistress crying? He's going to hate me, Yuri rubbed Aina's back, trying to console her. She had come with good news, ready to tell Aina that she had contacted her father again for the first time in such a long while. But she hadn't expected that things would turn out this way. Yuri didn't know what to do. At that moment, her expression suddenly changed. Her aura flared and a strength many didn't think she had was about to lash out. Just when she was about to reveal something she probably shouldn't, she calmed, realizing that the energy had no malicious intent. It collided with Aina, knocking her out completely. At that moment the blaring sounds of the alarms seemed to grow a pitch louder, but the reality was that they were finally perceiving it as they should. Yuri looked toward Head Hutchin in the distance, her gaze expressionless. But neither of them said or exchanged anything more than a glance. Will this be a problem? One of the mysterious elders spoke. The four of them along with Head Hutchin had all sent a glance toward Aina. Usually, they wouldn't care about the relationships between their students. They didn't have a practice of arranged marriages, so they cared little for it all. However, Aina and Lionel were obviously a special case. There was clearly something wrong here. They were aware that Lionel was from the Morales family. The power he wielded or could potentially wield in the future was enough to crush them several times over. They were already in such a predicament to begin with, they didn't need another enemy. Originally, their main goal was to use Aina to keep Lionel on their side. As time progressed, though, they realized that Aina was a shining talent all to her own and was highly likely to be a spark. Once they learned this, their goals slightly shifted and they began to value them equally, not because Aina would definitely rise to Lionel's level, but because she was their best option. Sometimes, having a genius that was too great was more a detriment than a good to an organization as weak as their own. Of course. They didn't quite understand the boundaries of Aina's talent. Even now, she was keeping her curse within herself to push and train to her absolute limits. She didn't care about showing off to people, her main goal was revenge for her mother. The issue was, though, that if there was something that splintered Aina and Lionel, this could become something extremely troublesome, especially if there was animosity that remained. From their understanding of young masters, a category they seemed to place Lionel in, they might chase after a girl to win her heart. But, the moment they failed. If Lionel turned his rage onto Valiant Heart Mountain, what would they do? Head Hutchin remained silent for a long while before he spoke. Wherever it was that the young Lionel Morales entered these last 2 years, he was able to mature to a point that left his past self far behind. Little Aina, however, has not taken a single step forward. Their maturities are misaligned. Their values are misaligned. This was bound to happen. All we can do is brace for the worst and hope for the best. Important announcement below, April 28, 2022. Chapter 8:19. Lionel leapt from pillar to pillar, his speed melding his body with the wind. He seemed completely unaffected by it all, his senses spread out over a large region. He spotted every single one of the force arts monitoring him, but dealing with them would be troublesome. He had the thought of going to the control room of the Milky Way Guild settlement to deal with all of them at once, but he knew that that idea would never bear fruit, so he didn't waste any time on it. Not only would he have not known where the control room was, he also had a feeling that there would be someone powerful monitoring the situation there very soon. By the time he found it, such a person would have been enough to paint him into a corner. He wished that he could have mapped out the entire building into his mind, but there were too much defensive structures and blockades getting in his way. So he simply had to deal with the fact his actions were being watched. He'll have to look into creating a new ability around that. It will probably require a unique method of utilizing Dream Force. Being able to map out an entire building with a single touch might come in handy in the future. Lionel made it to the first location very quickly. The last pillar waved about before a cave entrance carved into the tall face of a mountain. It was practically impossible to reach this place unless one took the path the sway pillars provided. Light refraction. Lionel's silhouette vanished. In these years, his skills in casting mage arts had reached a completely different level. The only reason he hadn't cast the upgraded, light refraction, until now was because it wouldn't have mattered. Anyone with a sharp eye would be able to pick out the subtle shifts in motion the pillars he stepped on would have, thus resulting in him being exposed anyway. But now that he was entering the mountain range, the situation was different and it would be easier for him to hide. Lionel wasn't naive enough to believe that he would be so lucky as to stumble into an empty mine. A working establishment like this one, especially on a planet they settle upon for its resources, definitely wouldn't allow there to be a time where their mines weren't being worked on. If there was ever going to be a world I was stranded on and needed to get out of, I would definitely choose this one. This disaster world most definitely has a high number of wind elemental ores, without a doubt. In addition, it should have a high number of very durable ores as well. Lionel flipped over his palm, entering the mine as he brought the dictionary out. Though he could use his internal sight to scan for ores, why would he waste his stamina like this? He had to conserve as much energy at all time as he could. Plus, the dictionary was excellent at these things. The walls of the mine clearly showed the frequency of its use. Rather than being in a perpetual darkness, it was lined with what Lionel could only describe as exotic torches. They seemed to hold flickering flames, but when one looked closely, it turned out to be a collection of miniature force arts dancing about like fireflies. It was quite a unique invention Lionel had never seen before. But, it still only took him a glance to formulate its blueprint in his mind. Interesting. Lionel turned away from the exotic torches and continued to walk down the well-made tunnels. He was careful not to displace any small rocks at his feet nor leave any footprints. Toward that end, he had brought out his heavy spear, using its domain to decrease his own weight to an extreme. Scan the surroundings. What ores can I find in this mountain range? Ping, Lionel listened carefully, blocking out the sounds from reaching others. However, the list was far longer than he expected, causing him to cut the dictionary off. What ores are easily accessible? Ping, this list was far more manageable, though still quite long. If I want to make a getaway ship, functionality shouldn't be the only requirement. In fact, it should only be the bare minimum requirement. Teleporting in space was almost impossible. One would first need to make it to another planet before they could think to do this. The reason for this is because space did not have force. Force was birthed from planets, moons and stars, and would occasionally be present in other celestial bodies as well. If one wanted to teleport in the absence of spatial force, the only way would be if you practiced a force technique that allowed you to store spatial force, if you had a natural ability related to spatial force, or if you had an incredibly rare store of spatial force crystals. In addition, even if you had those things, due to the absence of other forces in space, detecting and tracking spatial force fluctuations also became far easier. This meant that one's whereabouts could be located in an instant and followed. Obviously, Lionel had access to none of these things. So, his only option was to make it from planet Vincero to the next closest planet where he could then teleport. Hoping, of course, that this planet wasn't another disaster world. This meant that Lionel needed a ship strong enough to survive and break out of planet Vincero's atmosphere. And, he would also need a ship fast and nimble enough to escape any pursuit he might suffer as a result. Was he a madman for thinking he could do this when he had never done it before? Yes. Did he care? No. Lionel grinned to himself. This would be fun. Sit tight, Aina. I'll be back soon. At that moment, a woman holding a bottle of liquor stumbled out of a teleportation formation. Her eyes blurred and her tongue licked her lips and teeth like she had an addiction to doing so. She wore a tight one-piece that extended from her ankles all the way up to her shoulders and down her wrists. But, it had a deep V-line down the middle that almost exposed her belly button. Her chest wasn't very busty, so she could get away with such clothing without too much worry. But, they were still just busty enough to outline two round mounds few could take their eyes off of. She took a swig of her liquor and stumbled forward, only to be caught by the arm by someone who teleported in after her. Soon, a formation of 4 was formed, but the lady seemed too enamored with her liquor to speak to any of them. "Shouldn't we get to business, Manson? What did the old man task us with?" Chapter 820. Shut up. Manson steadied herself. Despite the fact she was barefoot, one would have thought with the way she was stumbling around that she was wearing the highest of heels. One could only imagine how hard the liquor she was drinking had to be to put a fifth-dimensional expert like herself in such a state. The 3 men who followed to Manson's back looked at each other and shook their heads. Clearly, Manson had been called up during her leisure time, but when was it ever not her leisure time? Their special team was basically on call at all hours of the day and were a trump card unit of the Milky Way Guild. Adrian. A short man that hardly came up to Manson's shoulders. As though his genes didn't give him enough of a terrible set of cards, he was also balding at his crown and couldn't seem to afford a wig that didn't flap with his every moment. His codename was Shadow Rat. Rue. An average-looking man with 2 pistols strapped to his waist. One would have thought that he had come right out of an 80s-era cowboys movie. Everything from his boots to his hat fit the bill, even his twin guns had a retro feel to them as they sat in their holsters. His codename was Double Shot. Sun. He was the tallest of them all, even towering above Manson, who was second. He had deep bags under his eyes that made it look like he hadn't shut them for some sleep in his entire lifetime. The discoloration was so jarring that it even appeared that he had suffered 2 blows to the face. His codename was, and then there was Manson, the stumbling drunk. One wouldn't be surprised if her codename was something like Drunken Fist. But, in a feat of unoriginality, Manson chose the codename Drunken Feet for herself, not that she ever cared to use it. Everyone seemed to know her real name despite the fact the code was supposed to have been there to protect her. At that moment, though, the bottle of alcohol in her hands suddenly fell to the floor. The glass shattered and the brownish gold liquid flew in all directions, creating a puddle of booze and shards. However, as though she wasn't worried for her safety, Manson suddenly dropped to the floor, her palms slamming into the shattered glass. She glided forward on all 4s, her bare feet eventually skidding through the mess. The 3 men didn't seem too surprised by what was happening. The fact Manson was practically sniffing around like a dog right now didn't perturb them in the slightest. Instead, they leaned back and enjoyed the view of her ass sticking in the air, taking in the good of the moment and not thinking too much. "You think it's gotten bigger?" Shadow Rat asked, pulling his wig down out of habit. "They say alcohol makes you fat. Manson's always getting fat in all the right places." Double Shot replied in affirmative. "Except her chest," Shadow Rat pointed out. "You sure have a lot to say for a baldy. A man's value is beyond his looks." Shadow Rat snapped. Sure. I'll believe you when you finally get laid without having to pay for it." The mutual appreciation soon became bickering. Those stood between them, feeling their loud voices jar his eardrums and even their spittle bounce across his cheeks. He didn't move a single inch nor say a single word. He was just too tired to and couldn't be bothered. While they were arguing, he was just enjoying the nice view, his mind thinking thoughts no one would ever know of. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there, Manson suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Her nose, which had been in the air, angled downward with a sudden speed. She stood on all 4s near a burning trench left by the battle between Lionel and the miners. In fact, if one replayed the video and overlaid it with Manson's current location, it was the exact spot Lionel had used his divine armor to teleport and vanish. However, wasn't focused on this at all. His mind seemed to be taking several mental pictures and storing them into his memory bank. In that abrupt movement, a subtle flash of pink had been revealed. Clearly these 2 arguing bastards were missing the real show. Nice. A pair of soft nipples, that's rare indeed. Usually they're hard by the time she enters her battle state. This is definitely one for the memory bank. One would never think that the biggest pervert of them all was the man who hadn't said a single word from start to finish. Manson leapt to her feet. Her palms, which should have been cut and bruised by the shards of glass, seemed completely fine. And her movements, which should have been sluggish and uncoordinated, had suddenly become a little too smooth. Her wardrobe malfunction seemed to fix itself. But, even if it hadn't, she would have probably been uncaring. "Let's go," she spoke, stepping back onto the teleportation formation. The three men followed after her, Doubleshot and Shadow Rat still barking at one another while Panda's lazy eyes remained trained on her swaying bottom. Back within the arena, an unexpected confrontation was taking place. No one had moved or attempted to leave since these things happened for fear that it would be seen as a sign of guilt or involvement in these matters. As a result, many stayed in a state of limbo, though many in the crowd were beginning to get restless. For obvious reasons, things were no longer being broadcast. The Milky Way Guild had no intention of showing off just how difficult it was for them to catch Lionel. And even the blaring alarms had finally come to a stop, leaving everyone in a state of unknowing. However, at that moment, while everyone was trying to remain blameless, a clash was occurring, the culprits of which were unexpected. On one side stood Lionel's teammates. On the other stood Yuri and Aina. Chapter 821. What is this supposed to mean? Joel stood as the core of the group. He knew that he had to. If he let anyone else lead the conversation, there would definitely be some words exchanged that couldn't be taken back. It was his duty to at least try to keep things as amicable as he could, but even he was on the verge of losing his temper. They had all been worried about Lionel. This state of ignorance they were all in just made things a million times worse, especially since they were all forced to stay here without the ability to interfere. It could be said that their nerves were fried, their tempers were short, and their fuses were even shorter. It was a powder keg that was difficult to keep control of, even for Joel. He could barely keep the edge of aggression from his voice, his tone even and calm. At that moment, he wished he could detach himself as easily as Lionel did. At that moment, Yuri stood with several things in her hands. One was the segmented cube that Lionel almost always left with Aina these days. It was one of his most important treasures, and it was the closest thing to home he had. His reasons, then, for leaving it with Aina so often was clear. He wanted her to know that he would always return, that she was where his heart was, and only with her could he truly unwind and relax. The second was a talisman that lay on top of it. From time to time, the talisman would light up as though someone was trying to make use of it. But Joel knew enough about the dimensional verse now to know that anyone who wasn't Aina that tried to use this would trigger something he wasn't sure if he was ready to handle just yet. Joel was certain that this was a mechanism Lionel had left behind to protect Aina. If anyone other than her used it, it would begin recording and relaying the situation back. He knew that if Lionel knew what was happening now, regardless of the danger, he would cut a path back. But that would only end up harming himself. Aina stood a step behind Yuri, her golden eyes reflecting the pulsing light of the talisman. Every time it happened, her gaze seemed to become more and more dead, the paleness of her skin reaching the point of sickliness. She could almost see Lionel on the other side. He should have been focused on his escape, but once or twice a minute he would pour his force into his own talisman, checking to see if Aina had left the restrictions of the pillar. The third thing was the necklace Aina always wore. Lionel had made it for her 19th birthday. Since that moment, she had never taken it off. The necklace was more than just a pretty gift. That day Lionel gave it to her was the day she was finally open about the feelings she had for him. She had almost forced herself onto Lionel for fear that if she hadn't done so, she would lose him forever. Lionel had disappeared for months back then, working on the crafts that helped them win the war against terrain. Aina could still remember every feeling of horror, pain, and anxiety she had experienced in those months. But that necklace was like a promise that had always protect her. The last thing was her mask. As sentimental as the other things were, Aina found this to be the second hardest to part with. Every item was like a piece of her soul she was giving away, but this one felt different for some reason. A mask should have been worn in shame or when one wanted to hide. If any other man had given her such a thing, Aina might have assigned it with feelings of self-loathing and hate. And yet, when Lionel gave it to her, she could feel the care put behind it. He didn't give it to her because he was ashamed of her face, he hadn't given it to her because he wanted to help her hide either. He had only given it to her for the sake of helping her live in peace. Every day of her existence had been a constant torture. The pain, the itchiness, the constant reminder that her face was forever marred by the people she hated most in the world, that her mother had likely experienced far worse than just this, until she received this mask. It was as though she had stepped into a new world, one that didn't always have to be filled with agony and remembrance of the worst memories of her life. Instead, whenever she woke up and didn't feel the discomfort she had long become used to, she instead felt the care and affection of the man who poured his heart and soul into making it for her. Aina's eyes reddened, but no more tears fell. Even in her previous unconscious state, she had flooded her cheeks with more than her body could account for. At the moment, even if she wanted to cry more, she couldn't force anything else out. So she stood there, her lips pressed into a line of silence, her skin paling with every passing moment, her eyes losing the golden glow they once had. What is this supposed to mean? I've said it already, Yuri spoke calmly, please pass on these things to Lionel. We have to leave now. What is that supposed to mean? Joel emphasized his words one at a time, the edge of his voice being more and more difficult to hide, almost like an ever-sharpening blade. It can mean whatever you want it to mean. Aina has not met her father in over a decade and I plan on taking her to him. This is the most I will tell you. Now will you take these things or not? Chapter 8:22. Joel felt like he might snap, and he wasn't the only one. To his back, the towering walls that were Raj and Milan were like raging bulls wanting to go. Even the rookie, Drake, who was usually the most quiet and reserved of them, was staring daggers at Yuri. If it wasn't for their being raised on Earth and being uniquely keen on the differences between men and women, something that was far less prevalent in the dimensional verse, at least in terms of strength, they would have most definitely lashed out already. It was safe to say that had Yuri been a man, even Joel would have thrown the first punch already. It was one thing for Yuri to be speaking so rudely to them, but it was something entirely different for Aina to not even try to speak at all. Even if it might not be the case, it felt like she was looking down on them. While others might have been inclined to go easy on her because of her beauty, Lionel's teammates felt the exact opposite. They had never looked toward Aina as a potential partner to them. In their eyes, she could only be with Lionel and no one else. For all they cared, she could be a goddess and it would still be the same. If anything, her beauty made them look at her with an even harsher light. On the other side, it wasn't that Yuri wanted to be harsh, but if she wasn't, how would she move the spotlight from Aina to herself? With how fragile Aina was now, could she handle the scrutiny of these men? None of them were Lionel, but they were the closest things to brothers that Lionel had in this life. It felt as though she was facing the derision of his family. The fact that she could even stand here right now was the strongest display she could muster. Anything else was too much. So. Joel took a long pause. My captain is out there risking his life for our sakes. But, your destination is so important to you that it's not even possible to wait for him to be safe? Is it really that this is so important? Or is it that you can't stand to look him in the eye? Aina's shoulders trembled, something that many might have missed due to its subtlety, but Yuri most definitely would not. At that point, she snapped. Watch what you say. Yuri almost growled. Or I'll watch it for you. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Joel's eyes narrowed, his body almost giving off a steamy mist. His blood had revved to such a high level of revolutions that his dark skin began to heat up. He was really just that close to snapping, but he wasn't the first to do so. Fuck this. I swear to God if you stop me from talking I'll fight it out with you too, Joel. Who do you think you're talking to, tramp? If I ate you, you wouldn't even fit between the gaps of my teeth. Raj was fuming, his big belly rumbling as he tried to step past Joel. If it wasn't for the ladder holding him back, he really would have swung already. Stop holding me back, damn it. She really thinks she can just say whatever she wants without getting punched in the lip. Then there's the one behind her who's suddenly as timid as a mouse right now. What? You're too noble to speak to us? Raj was still subconsciously careful with his words when he spoke of Aina. He still felt that there was some line he shouldn't cross over. Even for a man who usually always spoke his mind without the hint of a filter, he had too much respect for Lionel to completely unleash all the things he wanted to, but he had already had it up to here. Joel didn't let go of Raj, but he didn't stop him from speaking either. Fuck. Shit. I always said Captain wasted his time on her. She doesn't even have the courtesy to do it face to face. As though to add insult to injury, oblivious to what was happening, the talisman shone with a bright light once again, sending Raj into an even worse spiral of fury. Even before they learned about Aina's scars, the team had always thought it was ridiculous that Lionel was so focused on one girl. They even teased him endlessly for it. After they found out about her scars and that the face they had come to know was just a cover-up by the high-tech cosmetics of the 25th century, they had felt that it was even less worth it. They were just teenage boys at the time, after all. All they could think with was their lower regions. They didn't understand why a star quarterback would ever waste so much effort on Aina when there were much better girls he could have. Of course, they never said these things aloud, keeping it to themselves. They respected Lionel too much, and while they might clown someone else among their brotherhood for banging an ugly duckling, it was clear that Lionel saw Aina as more than just a one-night lay. But now, all that pent-up emotion, all those times they had bitten their tongues, had come bubbling forth in righteous indignation. They were far more angry for Lionel than they would ever be for themselves. Fuck. Every time I think about how many bitches Cap could have knocked down by now, I get pissed off. He could have a roster spot filled for every day of the week, but he's wasting his time on this? He spent years chasing you. And fine, you don't owe him reciprocation just because he liked you, but you did it anyway. And now you've become beautiful now, so you can't be bothered with Cap anymore? Well, fuck you too. Joel's initial reaction was that Raj's last words were too much. In fact, what was once subtle trembling on Aina's part had become obvious even to them. But there was no sympathy in their eyes, nor did Joel make Raj apologize for what he said. However, for Yuri, hearing these words, she saw red. Her arm raised with every intention of blasting Raj's head off. Chapter 823. Don't fight. These words didn't come from Aina. She was in too much of a daze from Raj's harsh words to even register what Yuri was about to do. If it wasn't for this person calling out, they would have definitely crossed a line of no return. Yuri might have only been trying to protect Aina, but killing one of Lionel's brothers would have been as good as signing a death warrant. There was no way Lionel would ever forgive something like that. And it was impossible to tell if Aina would ever be able to forgive Lionel for killing Yuri. Luckily, at that moment, a cloaked figure flashed between the two groups, her speed beyond their expectations. When she removed her cloak, they all immediately recognized her. This girl, Savon, had always been the third in the group of Yuri and Aina. Though Yuri had known she was here and among the 9-seated geniuses, Savon had been keeping her distance from Aina and Yuri ever since Conrad's death. Back then, when Aina did something no one ever expected her to do, it was probably Savon who had been most jarred along with Lionel about that experience. Of course, that moment was just yet another one of the reasons Lionel's teammates felt that Aina wasn't good enough for him. They knew their captain well and could tell that the image he had built up of Aina until that point had all come crumbling down in a single instant. As devastated as Lionel had been that day, Savon was equally so, albeit for somewhat similar but mostly different reasons. Savon had always been the abrasive friend. When Lionel persisted in always asking Aina out, it was her who tried to draw a line between them. But things hadn't always been that way. Savon might have seemed to have a fiery and combative personality, but that was only because she had wanted to protect Aina. She hadn't had very many friends in her youth. Much like Lionel and Aina, she had only been able to enter Royal Blue Academy because she was found to have a 5-star profession. With how poor her family was, making friends in a school filled with noble children seem impossible. Until she met Aina. Aina always had a shy and reserved smile, but she treated everyone the same. Savon had long since forgotten the details, but by some miracle, she had managed to make her first friend. Savon had always been protective of that friendship, and it eventually translated toward always wanting to protect Aina. But the image she had of the girl she always admired and respected crumbled that day. The result was her maintaining her distance, not quite knowing how to confront her emotions. She closed off and shut down, just the same way she always had before she ever met Aina and Yuri. In the past few years, she had dealt with a lot on her own. The death of her parents. The difficulty of a young girl living alone in such a cruel world. She had even survived a war and managed to make it this far. Having done all of this on her own, she had more than just a little to be proud of. In truth, she hadn't planned on interfering in this situation. She didn't have all the information, she had no idea who was in the right or who was in the wrong, or even if there was such a clear line between the two at all. But, as the argument became more heated, it became too difficult for her to ignore. The final straw was when she saw Aina on the verge of collapse. For a moment, she flashed back to the same shy girl who had reached out a helping hand to a younger her without a single friend. Right then, she felt that maybe the Aina she had known wasn't as much of an act as she thought. "Don't fight," Savon repeated. "Whatever disagreements you have, even if they can't be fixed through words, just give it time to breathe. Don't say or do something you'll regret for your lifetime." Yuri's hand trembled in the air before she clenched it into a fist. She held all of Lionel's things in a single hand before pushing it forward to Savon. "Can you please give this to them? They won't accept it." Savon opened her mouth to respond, still feeling slightly uncomfortable. But, before she could say anything, it was Aina who finally stepped forward, her gait somewhat uncoordinated and shaky. She reached for the things in Yuri's hand, not allowing the latter to stop them as she took them and stepped past Savon. Her arms trembled and her head lowered as she stretched the items toward Joel. In his mind, Joel had every intention of still refusing, but his arms almost moved on their own. Though the anger within him was still bubbling forth, it somehow felt suffocated. Unable to control her mental coercion, Aina's feelings were practically painted all over her sleeve. For a moment, Joel, Raj, Milan and Drake felt like those feelings were theirs. Joel took hold of the items, clenching them just a bit too tightly. But, considering the quality of them, they were hardly affected in the slightest. "I'm sorry," Aina said softly. The trembling of her voice almost making Joel feel some sympathy. But, he managed to keep it down. He had dealt with his fair share of women in his life. They had always been good at turning on the waterworks when it suited them before going off and doing whatever hurtful thing they wanted forgiveness for anyway. Even if they were in the wrong, somehow they would make you feel bad for it. Joel had no intention of allowing such a thing to slide so easily. He didn't know if these were Aina's real emotions or not, or if it was just a facade. But, it didn't matter to him. The talisman lit again, filling the silence that hung in the air with the soft whirring of energy. Joel looked down at it, his anger threatening to bubble back up again. "These aren't words you should be saying to me," he responded coldly. Joel turned and led the boys away. Lionel dashed through the cave pathways, making use of blind spots in the monitoring system to quickly gather up the materials he needed. His ship only needed to accommodate a single person, so he didn't need much. Even if he had to pull his knees to his chest, he would do it. He had no idea about the clash between Aina and his teammates, nor did he know that a group of 4 was stalking toward his location, led by a woman who seemed to have the nose of a hound. Important announcement below: April 28, 2022. Chapter 8:24. Lionel dashed down tunnel after tunnel. He had already lost count of the number of miners he had come across. In fact, he had to give up on some valuable deposits for exactly this reason, realizing that it wasn't worth the risk. It shouldn't have been too difficult to accumulate how much material he needed, especially since it was a ship only meant to carry himself, but the task ended up being more difficult than he gave it credit for. It seemed that he would either have to buy a ship in the future that he could modify to his standards, or he would just have to build one completely from scratch with more time on his hands. As Lionel went from location to location, being forced to abandon what seemed like half of them due to too much activity, he grilled the dictionary on the danger of space. Once his head cooled down from the adrenaline, he realized just how crazy his own idea was. Jumping out into space just because he felt like it was the move of a maniac. Who knew what kind of dangers were out there? Unfortunately, this adrenaline didn't come from escaping as one might think. It was instead due to the creeping feeling at the back of his mind that only seemed to get worse every time he sent a string of force into his talisman. Lionel shook his head, dodging around a corner and pressing himself flat against a wall. Two miners walked past him with light steps, neither realizing that they had just been less than half an arm's reach from a criminal their entire organization was scouring planet Vincero for. Lionel had an advantage right now. Though he had been forced to reveal some of his skill as a force crafter in order to activate the deactivated teleportation formations, there was no way they could guess he would have the skill to build his own ship. The question remained, then. What did they think he was doing? Did they believe that he was waiting to die? It was more likely than not that they believed he was waiting to be rescued. In that case, what course of action would they take? Obviously, anyone confident in saving him would be a true rival of the Milky Way Guild. That means that the guild would definitely turn most of their resources toward preparing for this enemy. What did this mean? It meant that Lionel could safely conclude that at least within a day or two, at most a handful of elites would be coming after him as the guild entered a state of war. Lionel was only helped by the fact his actions seemed like their own declaration of war. The Milky Way Guild probably thought that some great power was targeting them by first staining their prestige. What would be a greater stain than Lionel escaping unscathed? Of course. How could Lionel have not already considered all of this? Lionel slid past another group and rounded another corner. His arms suddenly shot forward, his actions looking like he wanted to punch a hole through the rock face. And yet, there wasn't even a single sound or ripple as Lionel's arms slipped right in. Beads of sweat fell from Lionel's brow as little Tolly wiggled around his arm, slipping through a narrow crack and appearing at the tips of the fingers he had pierced into the wall. With deft movements, little Tolly devoured a large cavity around the ore Lionel was aiming for before the ore vanished into his spatial ring. Lionel pulled his arm out along with little Tolly and sprinted away. The wall his arm had just been through seemed completely untouched. Lionel gulped down huge breaths as he ran. That was already the dozenth time he had completed that action and he felt he was already pushing himself past his limits. That should be enough for now. If he didn't recover, he would end up placing himself at risk. Using spatial force, especially without activating his divine armor first, was really taxing for Lionel. Unfortunately, activating his divine armor alone was even more taxing. Lionel could only blame himself for this, honestly. He had been overly ambitious in creating his divine armor, so he made use of evolution ores in the process. As a result, an armor that should have been peak fourth dimensional at best, was comparable to the fifth dimension already. The fact he could use it at all was a miracle. The good news was that as Lionel grew, he wouldn't need to replace his divine armor so quickly. And, once he broke through, his spatial affinity would skyrocket. The bad news, however, was that he needed to deal with it being an extraordinarily heavy weight to him for now. This is enough. I just need to find a quiet place. Lionel had already collected enough ores to fill his 5 by 5 by 5 meter spatial ring to the brim. Luckily, he had some snow globes he always kept on hand to give him some breathing room in this regard, or else he might not have had enough. Using the dictionary, Lionel found a location with plenty of escape routes and not a single soul within 200 meters worth of tunnel. After deploying numerous detection throughout all tunnels, he immediately got to work, pulling out all the ores he needed. At the same time, the over 500 split minds he had assigned toward designing the blueprint of the ship had already formulated several iterations and tested them all using the information about space the dictionary had given. Let's go, little Tolly. Lionel's gaze suddenly became ice cold. He threw every distracting thought from his mind, turning all of his thinking power, aside from what he reserved for dream counter, toward the task at hand. Not only would this be his most difficult craft to date, but he had to complete it within a day, preferably a half day. 3 hours. I give myself 3 hours. Chapter 825. Lionel opened his arms wide. Suddenly, little Tolly, who could fit neatly around his wrist, became a large blanket of liquid, silver metal. If the little guy, or rather, not so little anymore, wanted to swallow Lionel whole, it was more than possible. In 2 years without Lionel, little Tolly had grown stagnant. But, even before that, the metal spirit had long since entered the 4th dimension and was well on his way to the 5th. If not for Lionel stalling his progress, he would have already entered such a state. Luckily, despite still being in the 4th dimension, little Tolly didn't seem to have many problems swallowing and molding 5th-dimensional metals. But, this only made sense. After all, in order to step into the next level, a metal spirit would need to be capable of devouring on step above it. That said, there was less ease to it. Lionel had to be more forceful and deliberate with his control. The difference was akin to filling a cup with water versus filling one with wax. In the first case, the water would easily take the shape of the vessel. In the latter case, though, the wax would have to first be melted. And, in the case that it wasn't melted, one would have to struggle to mold it by hand and press it into the shape you wanted. Given this analogy, molding 4th-dimensional metals was like water, while molding 5th-dimensional one was like wax. Even with this being the case, though, Lionel's skill didn't seem to miss a beat. His mind had split so many ways that he could control every minor little detail with a level of comfort that made it seem as though it was no more difficult than it had ever been. The design Lionel had decided upon would be centered around the dictionary. It would be his navigator and his trusted AI. Lionel had reached a point in his skill where he was confident enough to do this, and he also realized that it would make much of the rest of the process easier on him. With the internals figured out, all he needed to focus on were the defenses of the spacecraft and its propulsion system. The outer hull would be an alloy of splitting sky and dusted cloud Oregon. The inner hull would be formed of whistling howl Oregon splitting sky or was a durable but light wind elemental type Oregon. It was very good at deflecting winds and dealing with high speeds. At the same time, it had more durability than the usual wind elemental ores. Its domineering name came from its wind nullification ability. A location where the ore swept through would be devoid of wind force for a moment, at least that was the illusion that it portrayed. The truth was that the wind elemental force was being frozen, its particles attracted to this or almost like a magnet. This usually made this or a good option for wind elemental weapons used by those who had mastered momentum-type techniques. However, this was maybe the first time such an ore was being used as the shell of a ship. Dusted cloud ore was a star elemental type Oregon. It was named as such because it was often used as a finisher, somewhat like a coat of painting for certain types of ores. This coat of painting, though, was great at muting the effects of the metals it coated, as well as giving it added durability and heft. Finally, whistling howl ore was a wind elemental vein type or capable of using accumulated wind force. Usually, ships were either designed with light or space elements in mind. It was rare for an interplanetary ship to be built with the wind element as its focus for obvious reasons. It wasn't the most efficient. There was only so fast wind could propel you through the vastness of space. However, Lionel had his own plans about this matter. His conviction only seemed to grow as his hands moved faster and faster. It went without saying that while Lionel had improved his crafting through his dream world in those 2 years, he also improved his hand and finger speed and coordination. He was already at the superior grade 2 designation at a bronze standard. If it wasn't for the limitations of his body, he knew that he would already be at a superior grade 1 designation. The hours blazed by one after another, Lionel's hands never pausing for even a moment. In fact, he only seemed to quicken his pace as though he was only becoming more and more comfortable. "Since you're already here, is there a need for you to continue to hide?" Lionel's voice came suddenly, his hands never stopping. Bits and pieces of ship seemed to come together like fusing tides. But Lionel knew he wasn't quite finished yet. Of the 3 hours he had given himself, only 2.5 of them had passed. It seemed that even his worst-case scenario wasn't as worst-case as it should have been. It could only mean that those looking for him were indeed quite skilled. Lionel believed that best shot at finding him would be some sort of tracking ability or a minor level of omniscience similar to goggles. But the latter ability would require a lot of information that Lionel had been sure not to leave, while the former should have been very difficult given the climate. How would you follow someone sent with so many winds whipping about so viciously, for example? By the time those experts found his trail, whatever smell he had left behind would have been scattered to the other side of the planet. And, if they instead chose to observe Lionel's actions instead, he had left behind enough subterfuge to delay them for 3 hours. But it seemed that even he wasn't perfect. Now he had an incomplete ship and 4 experts walking out from the shadows to face him. Of course, it only made things better that this mountain happened to be filled with miners as well. All in all, this was an excellent situation indeed. Lionel sent a glance toward Manson and the others, scattered pieces of his ship laying about. Chapter 826. Little Blackstar gripped onto the ends of Lionel's hair, baring his little teeth toward the coming enemies. If it wasn't for the sturdiness of Lionel's skin, his scalp might have begun to bleed already. Lionel reached a hand up and gave the little mink a pat on the head, trying to calm him down. The instincts of beasts were usually beyond that of humans, so it was quite clear that Blackstar felt that both he and Lionel were in quite some danger. But this only seemed to be the tip of the iceberg. Little Blackstar's attention had definitely been caught by something else as well. Manson's gaze wasn't on Lionel. Rather, from beginning to end, she had never taken her eyes off of the scrap metal, or what seemed to be scrap metal, before them. Even now, she couldn't be certain of what Lionel was building and didn't even know if it was 1 step away from completion or if it was 100 steps. This was why she had chosen to be cautious from the very beginning. Whatever hint of drunkardness she had having vanished a long while ago. She had been hoping that she could observe in silence for long enough to figure out what it is that Lionel was building, but she hadn't expected to be called out like this ahead of time. With Shadow Rat's abilities, being found out before they wanted to be found out almost never happened. It was safe to say, then, that the one who was most shocked was the short man with the flapping wig. In fact, he forgot to hold it down for a moment, causing it to almost flip off his head entirely. Manson finally took her eyes off of the pieces that lay around Lionel. She wasn't a force crafter, so though she might be able to recognize an ore in its raw or purified form, after it was processed like this, she was at a loss. Still, she couldn't help but look toward Lionel with an eye of curiosity. Even if she couldn't name these metals, what she could do was tell with absolute certainty that they were metals of the 5th dimension, each and every last one of them. Yet, not only was this child able to mold and manipulate them, he was clearly building something. She was a layman, but at least she understood that this meant whatever Lionel was building had to be of the bronze grade at worst, right? Manson's heart skipped a beat. 3rd dimension. 21 years old. Escaped an encirclement of 5th dimensional existences. And a bronze crafter? What the hell was this? Out of habit, Manson began to lick her lips and teeth again, but the distinct lack of an alcohol taste left her feeling slightly frustrated. However, she was filled with a different sort of intoxication when she looked toward Lionel, and it definitely wasn't because of his handsome looks. She could almost feel it already. What kind of high would she experience snuffing out such a genius? How good would it feel? Manson's bare toes curled along the cold stone ground, her legs squeezing. 10 short claw marks were left in their path, filling the quiet atmosphere with the sound of scraping and cracking stone. Manson's entire body quivered, a gentle gasp leaving her lips. Her breath was so hot that despite the temperatures not being near freezing, a steamy fog left her. Her face flushed red and her pupils dilated. She looked as though she had entered a drunk state once again, except this one seemed even less innocent than the one from before. Sparks flew within Lionel's dreamscape, but he frowned when he noticed where they came from. That region of his dreamscape only lit up when Aina reached a less than holy peak. The fact it was lighting up now for a woman he didn't even know filled him with an irrational rage. Lionel didn't know why he was reacting this way. Maybe it was because his talisman still wasn't connecting, maybe it was because he felt he had done something wrong, or maybe it was purely because this woman was encroaching on something she should have never touched. But whatever it was, he was pissed. Lionel's pale violet eyes suddenly gained a flash of red. Bang! The tunnels quaked, a surge of violet-red energies emitted from Lionel's body. In one instant, he had been a calm young man unperturbed by all. In the next, he felt like blasting his fist through someone's chest. Manson shot forward, using the ground she had scraped as an anchor to propel herself. She seemed to have every intention of destroying everything before her, including Lionel's crafts. No matter what it was, it wouldn't matter if it was all in pieces, right? She rose her leg up high, performing a perfect vertical split. Winds and forces swirled around her bare heel as she axe-kicked it downward. Just the momentum of her planted leg was enough to destroy everything. As for the strength of her actual kick, did it even need to be explained? Lionel coldly watched on, his senses reached out and grasping at each one of the pieces of his craft. With a thought, they all shot backward under his control, floating as though he had a telekinetic ability to manipulate them. Lionel dodged out of the way of Manson's kick, trying to store away the pieces of his craft one by one. It was just unfortunate that doing so required touching his hand to them. The result was Lionel dodging around the wide cave expanse, jumping, hopping and leaping toward the pieces he purposely hung in the air out of the way of danger. He had expected Manson to target the pieces of the craft after a while, but she was so enamored by the prospect of crushing him that none of it mattered to her. If Lionel was dead, would he even get the chance to use his craft in the first place? So why not focus on ripping his head off? Chapter 827. The seething rage pumped through Lionel's veins. He tried to rationalize it, but after a moment he was too pissed to do even that. Every time Manson felt like she was close to bursting his head like a watermelon, her body would be rocked by a wave of pleasure and spark yet another connection in Lionel's dreamscape. After the third time, Lionel cut himself off from that bundle of connections entirely, his thoughts fuming. And yet, every time it happened, Manson's face would only become more flushed and her actions more drunk. Even as this happened, her kicking speed seemed to increase and her body became more limber. Lionel was suddenly having a tougher and tougher time predicting her next attack because they simply had no logic to them. This forced him to go from using his predictive model toward his muscle analysis model. Lionel was under no illusions about his strength versus Manson's no matter how pissed he was. As far as he could tell, Manson was Tier 2 of the 5th dimension while the rest of her companions were Tier 1. Lionel wasn't able to dodge her attacks because he was strong enough, he was completely relying on his ability to do so and that was quickly becoming almost impossible. As though Manson was just stretching her limbs and only just getting into a rhythm, the whistling of her kicks became sharper and sharper, trailing Lionel by a hair's breadth. The kid survived quite a while. Double Shot spoke, his hands itching. She just likes playing with her food. Just enjoy the show, she's getting more perky. Shadow Rat responded. As usual, didn't say a word, taking a snapshot of every wardrobe malfunction he could catch a glimpse of. This is some good material. It'll last me at least a week. This is good, really good. It's been about half a minute, don't you think the miners should have heard something by now? Shadow Rat asked. If they know what's good for them, they'll stay out of Manson's way. I doubt she'll go as easy on them as she's going on this kid. It might also be that they're just used to it and know to mind their own business, Shadow Rat replied. I used to work the mines too. Everyone is trying to meet and surpass their quotas for an extra bit of cash. Stealing someone else's deposits isn't very rare, fights like this happen all the time. I forgot you were a sewer rat before. Go fuck yourself, you think it's easy being here? I made more money doing this than you've seen in your lifetime. Maybe if you had made less money, and had gotten more sun, you'd be less bald. I hope your gun jams, son of a bitch. I hope your wig glue dries like dandruff, baldy. Bang! Lionel felt his hair whip about, the side of his uniform hammer pants gaining a large rip as Manson's failed to land yet another axe kick. Her heel shattered the ground, but immediately became an anchor point as she swung her other leg in a roundhouse. Her kicks were as fluid as any sequence of punches. They were relentless and flexible, perfectly timed and powerful. At that moment, Lionel grasped at the last piece, allowing it to vanish into his spatial ring. He rolled to the side, avoiding another disastrous heel and leaping up to his feet. Despite the unmoved look in his eyes and the all-pervading coldness that exuded from him, his actual appearance was quite terrible. His clothing was ripped in many places, his skin was already dripping with sweat, and the flying particles of stone that had hung in the air due to Manson's violent barrage clung to him, making his look dirted and battered. Still, despite all of this, he still didn't have a single injury on his body. Even as he breathed long and hard, his body moved freely. This is about 20% of her strength. The others still haven't moved because they're quite confident in her ability to end all of this. Should I take the opportunity to kill her? Or should I run? Lionel coldly analyzed Manson's actions, dodging in a sorry state every time. He had already thought of 3 plans with a better than 80% likelihood of ending in her death, each one more bolted down and perfected than the last. But, every time he hesitated about whether to proceed, Manson's brow would twitch and her actions would shift. It was as though she subconsciously felt that something was about to happen and reacted accordingly. The more drunk her mind became, the sharper her instincts were. None of her actions actually countered Lionel's intentions. However, the fact she reacted at all sent alarm bells off in Lionel's mind. If she could adapt with nothing to go off of now, then the more information he gave her, the better her adaptation response would be, and the less chase he would have at succeeding. If it wasn't because he was infuriated, Lionel would find this ability of Manson's to be fascinating. But the fact she seemed to need to be inebriated to use it was a huge negative. Unless she could fight someone she wanted to kill as much as Lionel. In that case, Lionel's foot planted, his body attempting to slide by Manson's kick. It shot down from above, barely missing his chest by a centimeter. Yet, before it even had, in a feat of shocking flexibility, Manson's back arched backward, planting her palms to the ground as she aimed her once planted leg for Lionel's chin. Usually, Lionel would dodge. But, a kick from Manson's currently bridged body position was likely amongst the weakest in her arsenal. It was still enough to tear the head off a fourth-dimensional existence 9 out of 10 times, but Lionel happened to be the one. Bronze runes flickered to life beneath the grime and sweat on Lionel's skin, fingers from both his hands intertwining as he went to block Manson's kick. Shadow Rat, Double Shot, and Panda's eyes glowed. A blow was finally about to connect. It was a nice run, but it seemed the kid was at the end of his rope. However, what happened next shocked them. It wasn't because of the result of the kick, but rather because of what happened before it even landed. Manson shouted out, calling to her team members. "Shoot now." Her words slurred, but the meaning was clear enough. She wanted them to interfere? Despite his confusion, Double Shot reacted on instinct. His gun flipped out of its holster with an unconscious speed, his palm sliding back across its barrel twice in quick succession as he shot from his hip. The world slowed in his eyes. He could already see the bullets piercing Lionel, whose hands were still prepared to block Manson's kick. One through his throat, the other through his skull. As slow as the world was for Double Shot, though, it was even slower for Lionel. But, this wasn't the happy tale one would have thought it was. This shameless bitch was just the first of Lionel's thoughts. Chapter 828. Lionel's mind accelerated to the point he could almost see the movement of the bullets through the air on a frame-by-frame basis. As old and dated as Double Shot's pistols looked, they shot with a speed beyond anything an old Western movie could match. In fact, if those 2 shots were fired off in a third-dimensional world, even space itself would be torn apart to carve a path out for them. With that speed came a lack of responses Lionel could make. He was at most 50 meters from double shot, and the speed of the bullets wouldn't allow him to tilt his head and neck out the way in time. Or rather, it wouldn't have had Lionel reacted to the 2 shots as opposed to Manson's words. Lionel's ability had been entirely focused on Manson, and more specifically the movement of her muscles, from the very beginning. The moment her throat prepped to speak, he had already picked up on it. For a woman who hadn't spoken a word since she entered, what could she possibly be preparing to say? Obviously it wasn't for idle chit-chat or smack-talking, so she could only have been calling for her teammates to take action. Assigning a probability of over 90% to this, Lionel had already been prepared. The earth beneath one of Lionel's planted feet shot up at an angle, sending him flying to the side. The upward swing of Manson's kick reached him long before the bullets would, and even as the earth rocketed him to the left. One would have thought that Manson's toes would be fragile and delicate like most everyone else's, but just a slight graze against what was just Lionel's prepared defenses tore a bloody gash through his wrist. Lionel's jaw clenched as he rolled out of the way, sending one of his mines to inspect his injury. It was luckily only skin deep, but it had only been a small measure away from damaging his muscle and ligaments. Had that happened, he didn't know if it would still be possible to complete his craft. His hands were too important. Lionel thought he had accounted for the upward swing of Manson's kick. Yet she somehow managed to change her trajectory just enough that he was both nicked and was unable to react at the same time. To make matters worse, she actually tore through his bronze rune-activated defenses so easily. As surprised as Lionel was, Manson was even more so. She had been certain that she would at least lop Lionel's wrist off with that kick, but she found more resistance than she expected. How did he have such a strong body? Manson made use of the momentum of her kick to flip herself back to her feet, her movements looking as agile as a cat's. If it wasn't for her drunkard appearance, she would definitely be capable of playing the role of feared assassin. But the light gasps that left her lips and the flush to her face ruined that entirely. Get in formation. Manson's words slurred again. As much as Manson's previous words shocked her team, this was like a nuke going off in their minds. Even though they always set out as a team, the reality was that they rarely, if ever, actually used their formation. Usually, it would just be one of the 3 of them dealing with the target. As for Manson, she only participated if the mission was interesting enough. Like if there was a spark involved. But, the 4 of them all taking action at once. That only happened if, how annoying. Lionel's gaze grew colder. It seemed that they truly wanted to take things seriously. He had yet to ask the dictionary what Manson's ability was because he hadn't gotten any breathing room to do so, but he could piece together most of it himself. Manson had an intuition ability type. This ability type was split into alert, foreshadowing, instinct, prediction, and foresight. Once again, the 5th, in this case foresight, was reserved for savants. From what Lionel could tell, Manson was usually in the mid to high level of the 2nd stage, foreshadowing. She could gain an inkling of what was happening and react to it, but the image wasn't clear nor obvious. Often those at this stage had to rely on many decades of experience and training to make good use of foreshadowing. Manson, though, seemed to be quite unique. She had learned to dull her senses to an extreme to simulate a higher level of her intuition ability type, crossing over into high levels of instinct, bordering on prediction. The caveat, though, was that she had to be drunk off alcohol, or orgasms. If Lionel wasn't so enraged with Manson encroaching on something she shouldn't have, he would have been impressed by her ingenuity. In a 3rd-dimensional world, Manson would practically be an oracle, at least when it came to one-on-one combat. In a 5th-dimensional world, though, her ability could almost be classified as useless to most, yet she managed to find a way to make it so powerful. It felt like the methods of the dimensional verse were endless. But this was no time to be praising Manson. With her words, Shadow Rat double shot and came forward, encircling Lionel as though he was some sort of demon warlord. One would have thought that with their personalities, they would crack a few jokes or tease Lionel a bit, but they seemed to have thrown all of that out of the window. It was either that they were consummate professionals, men who understood when it was time to play and when it was time to work, or, they had an almost blind confidence in Manson's intuition. If it was the former, Lionel would still have some wiggle room. Even as professionals, there was a chance they might still believe him to be beneath them. But if it was the latter, that would mean that right this moment, they saw him to be just as dangerous as Manson believed him to be. And that was a problem. The blood from Lionel's nicked wrist rolled down his forearm and pooled at his elbow, culminating into a drop that fell toward the cracked stone floors. As though a cue, the instant it rebounded against the ground, Panda's aura surged as the entire hollowed cave was plunged into darkness. Important announcement below, April 28, 2022. Chapter 829. Lionel's pupils constricted. In that moment, it wasn't just about sight. If it was that and that alone, he could take this ability to be nothing more than a parlor trick. With his internal sight, why would he care about a little darkness? This cave wasn't exactly well lit to begin with, especially given the sheer size of the space. However, it wasn't just that. Lionel felt his senses get cut off one after another. First it was sight, then hearing, then even his touch went. As a final cherry to top it all off, his proprioception was completely cut off. Lionel's first instinct was to release his domain, but he restrained himself. This sort of uncomfortable feeling where he wasn't even sure of the relation of his limbs to the other parts of his body even left him suffocating. Proprioception was such a fundamental sense to the human body that those who lost it wouldn't even be able to walk without watching their feet move. It was the ability for one to subconsciously know where your body parts were in relation to one another. Even if one closed their eyes, they would be able to touch a finger to their nose without much difficulty or thought. Someone who had lost their proprioception would be completely unable to do such a thing. Just living day-to-day life without proprioception was enough to drive someone mad, let alone having lost it in the middle of a battle. For Lionel, who was used to controlling each and every aspect of his movements, it was no wonder he felt so stifled and almost reacted on instinct rather than logic. He couldn't reveal his domain so easily. While they should already have information on his chain domain, as far as they were concerned, all it could do was help restrain people, and if used a bit cleverly, it could give him some flexibility to his movements. But they wouldn't understand the suppressive abilities of his domain, nor would they know that it would mostly give him control of his body back. He had to save this for the perfect moment. My senses are cut off, my proprioception is gone, and my internal sight has been restricted to an extreme. I can't monitor the detection arrays L left behind anymore, but I have just enough range to cover this entire cave space. There was no way that the four teammates would guess that Lionel would still have such a long range, and Lionel immediately made countermeasures to ensure that Manson couldn't learn this through intuition. I'll lock onto the three men. Simulate where the woman will be and avoid allowing my internal sight to touch her. Only lock onto her when she enters a 10-meter range. That will be cutting it close, but it should be just enough to react. Lionel's internal sight sprung into action. He wrapped it around his own body, replacing his lost senses with it. He locked onto Double Shot, Shadow Rat, and finally, he began to simulate Manson's movements, using the shifts in the ground to avoid accidentally passing her by with his internal sight. Lionel made all these decisions in a split moment. His drop of blood hadn't even completely settled onto the ground when he finished. 10 meters. The voice wasn't meant for Lionel to hear, but he knew it was Manson's. The moment it descended, he knew his plan had worked. Manson's voice traveled through this odd dark domain in such a way that made Lionel realize that it was meant to be a covert form of communication built into Panda's ability. This was a huge plus. It made it even easier for Lionel to pinpoint Manson's location. He just had to pay attention to these strings of conversation. At that moment, Shadow Rat vanished. He seemed to sink into the ground, his short body disappearing without a trace. And yet, even after another split moment, he didn't appear anywhere. However, that didn't stop Double Shot from suddenly letting off another 2 rounds. Lionel's body shifted slightly to the side. He thought about letting the rounds hit him, just so that he could continue to leave Manson in the dark. But in the end, he decided to test something. It was a calculated risk. He realized that when he intercepted Manson's voice, she hadn't seemed to notice. At the very least, her intuition hadn't gone off. There was a chance that Manson had realized and was simply hiding this fact, but Lionel believed that there was a 70% likelihood that she hadn't noticed at all. If that was the case, that meant that the less involved with Manson herself the action was, the less likely it was that her ability would pick up on something odd. Not only had her voice left her body, but it was being carried by an ability that wasn't her own. This made it difficult for her to read Lionel. Perfect. Lionel's eyes narrowed. The more things he could take advantage of, the better. However, what he heard next made him realize that things would be difficult. Lionel had managed to jump the hurdle of his lost proprioception by coating his body in his internal sight. That way, he could watch his every movement and control it at the same time. Thanks to this, he was able to sway out of the way of the bullet. But he dodged. Panda's voice traveled to Double Shot and Manson, making Lionel's heart skip a beat. It seemed that he had still underestimated this ability. It could not only cut off his own senses, but despite being affected themselves, the 4 teammates had one of them who could see just fine. Panda might have not realized that he was listening in on their conversations, and he also couldn't tell the range of Lionel's internal sight, but he could still keep track of almost everything that happened within his ability's range. Just when Lionel's mind was kicked into overdrive again, a shadow suddenly gained form to his back, melting into the darkness of Panda's domain seamlessly. Shadow Rat had appeared again, a glistening dagger in his hand. Chapter 830. Lionel's pupils constricted. A domain that cut off the senses. A sharpshooter that wasn't bothered by it. A leader that could ignore it all with intuition. And now a 4th team member that could make use of the all-encompassing shadows to move where they pleased. The composition of this team was enough to make anyone numb. But for Lionel, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had gotten the final piece of the puzzle he needed. Little Black Star. Yip. Yip. Shadow Rat suddenly found himself frozen, stuck in a state of corporeal and shadow. He couldn't retreat and he couldn't advance. It felt like some higher being had grasped onto his very soul. PCHU. In the darkness, a little mink flashed. When he appeared again, grasped between his little claws was a still beating heart. With just the smallest squeeze, it burst apart, falling in a rain of blood and gore. Panda was the only one who could see this scene. The contrast between Blackstar's adorable little twitching whiskers and his bloody actions made even the apathetic veteran's heart seize. To use a darkness domain and a shadow teleportation ability against a sovereign of the shadows. It was like leaping with both feet into an early grave. Panda was at a loss for words. He didn't quite understand how to explain this. In the midst of battle, the greatest weakness of his ability was how long it took to communicate things. This was why it was so important to have Shadow Rat who was unaffected by the darkness, Double Shot who could mark his target ahead of time and aim accordingly, and Manson, who could move on instinct. Together, they needed minimal communication even in the midst of such darkness. When Manson said 10 meters, that was about the only communication that would come from others to himself. When it came to those with high-level sensory abilities, Manson was the only one who could pinpoint their limits quickly. Yet, not only had Lionel dodged 2 bullets that were shot from outside his range, Shadow Rat had picked the time just after Lionel dodged to attack as well. Usually, this was the perfect moment. But, in practice this time, he had walked right into a trap. That little mink? Why wasn't there any information about that little mink? The laziness of Panda's eyes vanished. He realized that he had to pull his domain down. This was the only way they would have a chance. However, he realized right then that his movements became sluggish. A mental coercion dulled his reflexes. All he could see were 2 floating orbs of violet hovering within the darkness piercing into his soul. When time sped back up, he grabbed at his throat, the words he tried to speak coming out in a gurgle. He couldn't fathom how the old gentleman, a man known for his care and meticulousness, could possibly miss such an important detail? Not once had he mentioned this little mink. Not a single time. As Panda's vision darkened, he felt that at least it was good that his domain would fade away. That would give Manson a chance. Unfortunately, his last sight was of a little mink leaping down from his throat and tearing a hole through his chest, taking with him a shadow that somehow felt eerily familiar to him. He couldn't even think about what this meant before he collapsed completely, dead. Lionel lightly tapped his foot, appearing before Double Shot in a flash. The latter panicked. He couldn't see in the darkness like or Shadow Rat could, but his ability was a sensory type under the category of marksmanship. It allowed him to attach a marker to a given target that would give him information about their location and give him the ability to aim toward them even with his eyes closed. Obviously, it was a low-level marking ability because it didn't have a homing ability, but it was still enough to tell that Lionel had suddenly gone from 50 meters from him to less than 5. Knowing where Lionel was, he was still able to aim and shoot. But, how could Lionel be pinned down so easily? Lionel sidestepped once, sliding out of the way of the bullet the instant Double Shot pulled the trigger. The latter, however, was still a veteran. Flipping the holster of his second gun, he aimed and prepared to fire, only to feel a piercing pain to his back. His hands trembled, his shot firing awry. Even though he couldn't see a thing, he didn't need to feel that gaping wound that now hung at his chest. He died. How? As had been said long ago, the best chance one would have at beating Lionel was on as neutral a ground as possible. The more variables you added, the more abilities you had, the greater advantage you thought you had grasped. The more likely you were to end up dead. Lionel turned toward Manson's location. All of this had occurred in just a few seconds. It seemed as though she was still waiting for Double Shot and Shadow Rat to finish their probing strikes before she took action again. Those flashes of her death she had felt when she fought Lionel were firmly imprinted onto her heart. Even now, she was being as cautious as she could be, having no idea that 3 of her teammates had already died. Lionel calmly took out his sniper rifle, resting it on his shoulder. Now that little Blackstar had taken Panda's ability, he could feel Manson's presence with absolute ease, even without risking her sensing his internal sight. But at that moment, Manson's hair all stood on end. She suddenly felt that danger that had been to just one direction was coming from everywhere. The suffocating feeling of her death bore down on her from all sides. A bitter smile curled her lip. It seems that she was dead too. Lionel pulled the trigger, sliding back a meter beneath the recoil. Chapter 831. Lionel took deep, heavy breaths. As the domain faded and little Blackstar hopped back to his spot on his head, the last shards of sparkling crystals shattered and collapsed before the barrel of the sniper rifle. Firing with enough force to kill a Tier 2 fifth-dimensional expert was really almost too much for him. It wasn't even necessarily the light elemental force, but rather the construction of earth elemental force he needed to use. Lionel shook his head, his face a bit pale. He looked toward Manson's corpse, seeing the large hole through her heart. He could only say that he was quite lucky to have little Blackstar. The reason the old gentleman had never mentioned the little mink wasn't because he underestimated Blackstar. This was a man who had spent precious moments poring over the footage for even the smallest detail. He would never forget to mention an odd little mink that seemed capable of sitting completely still even in the face of so many fifth-dimension experts. The real reason was because the old gentleman had never seen little Blackstar to begin with. Little Blackstar liked to be in his incorporeal form. This form allowed him to continue to benefit from his shadow world, continuously growing stronger with every moment. When one was in the presence of little Blackstar, you could see him in this form, anyone could. You could even hear him should he choose to allow you to. The issue, though, was that cameras couldn't. Had the old gentleman questioned the miners under his charge or those who had personally gone to the arena, they might have been able to tell him that Lionel was followed around by an odd little mink. However, how could he know to ask such a thing? Especially when time was already so tight. The result was the old gentleman being completely unaware of little Blackstar, leading to the group being caught completely off guard. Of course. It also helped that little Blackstar was already at the quasi-fifth dimensional level. The little guy might not have had as much battle experience as Lionel or Aina, but he definitely had far more raw strength. When this was paired with Lionel directing him in battle, the duo wasn't to be trifled with. In fact, Lionel believed that he had almost neglected the little guy too much. Blackstar was still an infant, yet he was growing so fast. If it wasn't for a cap in resources caused by Lionel's absence these last 2 years, the little guy would have already entered the fifth dimension. Lionel understood that he definitely needed to direct Blackstar's growth with more purpose and caution. Lionel smiled lightly, scratching Blackstar's little head. He tried to use his talisman, but once again, it didn't go through. Let's move from this place. That pandied man's ability won't be very useful to little Blackstar in the future. But, it's decent for now. There were too many weaknesses to Panda's ability. If not, how could Lionel have dealt with it so easily? Had he not been saving his domain and his stamina, he could have blown that fake domain away, and anyone with a strong comprehension of universal cycles could do the same. The good news was that the ability was more powerful in little Blackstar's hands, but not enough to make it lamentable to give up in the future. Lionel gazed toward the corpses around him and shook his head. Their abilities weren't worth taking either. With a flash, he disappeared down a corridor, finding another location to finish his ship. By this point, the planet was completely surrounded. Ships of massive proportion hung around in a silent orbit, all focused on a single task. They all understood their task well. Failure would not be allowed. The prestige of the Milky Way Guild was on the line. To fail to capture the young man that had so publicly slapped their faces would be a failure of epic proportion. It could not be allowed, and they all knew it. Within one of these ships, in a luxuriously decorated cabin, there was a different atmosphere. While the others might have been filled with a horrid weight, this one was filled with rivalry, youthful vigor, and most important, condescension. Even in death that little bitch couldn't do anything right. First she brings home some fourth-dimensional piece of trash, and now she causes all of this trying to get revenge for him. I swear if I could, would dig her up just to bury her again. The voice came from a snarky young woman wearing a fiery red dress. She would have had the elegance Era had when she was alive if it wasn't for the perpetual sneer that upturned her bright red lips. It was hard for one to decide whether they wanted a taste of her beauty, or if they would prefer to just punch her in the face. Her 2 elder brothers, though, didn't seem to want to correct the attitude of their little sister. In fact, the look between their brows seemed to suggest that they wholly agreed. This time, Era had really screwed them. The Milky Way Guild wasn't exactly in a precarious situation. In fact, they were stronger and more powerful than ever. The trouble was that any decline in all of history was almost invisible to those at the top. Their father, Guild Head Ovaltine, had drilled this into their minds since a very young age. The more powerful they were, the more the weak would want to band together to knock them down a peg. The only way to avoid this was by being so powerful that no one dared to do even that. Their father was on the verge of entering the 6th dimension. Once he did so, they would finally move forward with the next of their plans and bring the guild to a bigger stage. And yet, just when they were on the cusp of an even greater height, this happened. It was simply unacceptable. Chapter 832. Greta Ovaltine. As annoyed as the many guards of the Milky Way Guild were at the prospect of being assigned to Era in the last 2 years, it was less annoyance and more dread when the target of protection was Greta. As abrasive as she was now at a seemingly unique situation, she seemed to find any number of reasons to act like this on a day-by-day basis. If it wasn't Era who became her living, or rather dead, target, it would have been someone or something else, without a doubt. However, there wasn't much that could be done about this. Greta, unlike Era, was a great talent valued by Guild Head Ovaltine. It might seem from the situation in the luxurious holding room of the flying ship that there were only 4 Ovaltine siblings, especially with how they ragged on the now-deceased Era, but this couldn't have been further from the truth. Guild Head Ovaltine had just one wife, but dozens of women he frequented. Unfortunately for those women, frequented was the best word to be used to describe their relationship, as the guild head never gave them any status, not even a lesser title like concubine. Of the 3 siblings here, only the eldest among them, Tobin Ovaltine, a young man whose standout feature were his blazing green eyes, was from the only wife of the guild head. The other 2, including Greta, were from these frequented women. It could be said that the only thing somewhat special about Era was that she, too, was birthed from the guild head's wife. But it was also because of this that she gained an extra hint of spiciness from Greta's ire. The truth of the matter wasn't as one might expect. The guild head didn't only marry a single woman for the sake of showing some symbolic loyalty to her. In fact, it could be said that the guild head's wife, Emera Ovaltine, was a dime a dozen. She had delicate and beautiful looks, even as she entered the later stages of her life. Her talent was decent, having entered the 5th dimension, and even having reached its higher tiers, but having no chance at entering the 6th. Her family background was not too weak, but also not too strong. If she had to be described, she was akin to a trophy in a display case, but one that could easily be glossed over in favor of the larger trophies sharing the same shelf. The reason Augustus Ovaltine chose her was because she ticked just enough boxes without ticking too many. As for why he had done this, people had their own speculations. But maybe only Augustus himself knew the truth. All that mattered to his children, though, was that even if Emera's role was just superficial and lacking in weight, the children she birthed, too, to be exact, would still given this same respect, albeit also superficial and lacking in substance. Era, simply by virtue of who she was born to, might not have been able to hold any true power in her life, but at the very least, she wouldn't have to bite, scratch and claw for every chance she was given. She could live a life of leisure and without worry. There would always be as much wealth as she could spend, as much food as she could eat, as much entertainment as she could consume. She would never be wanting for anything. Isn't that why Greta resented her so much? Even with her talent, how many piles of bullshit did she have to crawl out of just to stand here? But to Greta, that was just the tip of the iceberg. What made her truly resent Era was that the bitch didn't seem satisfied with what she was given. She started to fight and jockey for position with the rest of them as though she had to, and the methods she chose made Greta feel as though her skin was crawling. She was so weak, so frail, but just her face irritated Greta to an extreme. And yet, unlike with everything else that pissed her off, Greta couldn't just punch a hole through Era, or else everything she had worked to build up would come crumbling down. Greta would never admit it to herself, but even in death, she could still see Era's elegant bearing, the noble air of her gait, the perfect measure of her smile. She was a woman who was refined down to the last detail. Even though she might have been weak, when it came to matters of character and intelligence, and even looks, she was perfect beyond compare. And what was even more infuriating was that she had almost succeeded. Was if that 4th-dimensional trash of her really managed to conquer Earth? Wouldn't they all have to bow at her feet? To be born with something she couldn't have like status, Greta could accept. But, to be born with such a thing and still be superior to her, that, Greta could not accept. The only thing that infuriated her about Era's death was that she couldn't do it herself. As enraged as Greta was, though, Rollo had long since gotten over the fact he was lesser born and didn't hate Era nearly as much. Maybe a part of that was due to the fact Era was a woman and he felt ridiculous being jealous of a little sister of his as a grown man, but what he did know was that he didn't like this situation at all. Tobin would be just fine regardless. But, failure on Greta and his part would likely mean years of work just to return to the favorable light they had right now. It was like suddenly being met with a pop exam that was worth 90% of your grade, all because someone you hardly knew was snarky with the teacher. How could he not be pissed? Regardless, this was just the life of the child of a frequented woman. He had long since become used to having to prove himself day in and day out. Suddenly loud blaring noises sounded as a ship rocketed out of the atmosphere. The siblings raised an eyebrow simultaneously. "What an idiot, shoot it down and let's go home," Tobin said carelessly. His words hardly fell when beams of energy fell from all sides. Such strength. It could turn a fifth-dimensional moon to rubble. Chapter 833. The moment the small ship was locked onto by several behemoths, as though a rock out of a slingshot, its acceleration suddenly doubled. Sparks and explosions rang through the quickly thinning atmosphere, and yet they only seemed to propel the small ship faster as it squirted out of their encirclement. The lights were so bright and the ship was so tiny in proportion to everything else that it was immediately assumed that the operation was successful. But, if it was so easy to fool such high tech, why would the guild have ever invested however many billions they had to build them? However, what left the siblings at a loss for words was that the moment the ship used the momentum around it to shoot by the last thinning layers of the atmosphere, runic patterns exuding a magnificent aura bloomed like a halo. At first, the runes were etched right onto its sleek, silver surface. But in the next, they became animated, wiggling about as though life had been breathed into them. They rose from the surface, forming a protective disk of flickering silver that grew brighter and brighter until it rivaled even the second barrage of beams headed right for its small frame. Tobin's eyes widened. Retreat. Execute evasive maneuvers, now. Very few seemed to understand the purpose behind Tobin's orders, but their job wasn't to understood. Even though some of the guild head's children saw themselves as less than, any one of them that was known to have such a connection wouldn't be easily crossed. On top of this, Tobin wasn't like them, he was born from the head's legitimate wife. His orders were even less likely to be ignored. It wouldn't be long, though, before they realized that Tobin had saved all their lives. The rippling silver runes reached an unspeakable peak, touching upon a level of brightness that seemed to rival the sun in the distance. And then, everything seemed to collapse. A black hole that was of miniature proportion and devastating impact ripped through the fold of reality. The orbit of the planet was shaken, tilted off its axis. The moons in the distance were warped, threatening to be slinged into the ether as they trembled to maintain the path they had followed for billions of years. And the ships that had once surrounded them all fell into chaos. Some of the ships were simply too close. Their front hulls were smashed to pieces, warped beneath the twisting space. What once were behemoth-like ships the size of large asteroids suddenly became scrap metal. Sparks flew and blood floated through the air. Whether by irony or simply as a display of the cruelty of this world, the latter was nothing more than fleeting droplets amidst the carnage, the much larger ship parts making them difficult to even notice. The ships that were further away were a bit luckier, but the result was still them losing control of their steering. The end was devastating. Some of the ships plunged toward planet Vincero below, painting what looked like beautiful swirls of white, green and blue from the outside with heart-trembling explosions and the blood-curdling sounds of groaning and whining metal. Some of the ships were flung out of their orbit, drifting into the depths of space with off-kilter propulsion that wrestled and fought against their control. But the most devastating were 3 ships that crashed headlong into one another. The resulting devastation was even more furious than that of the ships that had been too close. At least in the latter case, it ended as soon as it started. But, in this one, it seemed to continue into infinity. Whenever the explosions had seemingly come to a stop, another chain was let off. The skies were filled with fireworks and smoke, but it wasn't the kind one could enjoy on a National Independence Day. Rather, it was the kind that made one's ears bleed, one's gaze dazed, and etched their minds with the memory of every shake and tremble they experienced. Many years later, when this matter became a case study for the history books, it would become known that the Milky Way Guild had suffered such devastating losses targeting a ship that didn't even have their target on board. In fact, the ship wasn't related to their target in the slightest. On board the silver ship, tunneling through space to a location unknown, one could find 3 women. One wore a stoic expression, taking control of the steering before passing it on to an AI. The second wore a look of confusion, seemingly wondering how it is she had gotten caught in this mess while her heart was lodged in her throat. And the last was in a daze, blankly staring at something on her wrist without a word. In fact, from her demeanor, it seemed that she might not speak for a very, very long time. And maybe if you pried into her mind, you would find that she might not have had the intention of speaking ever again. Who else could these three be if not Yuri, Savon and Aina? It was quite an irony that an action Lionel could very well abhor with all his heart and soul had all but guaranteed his safety. What no one realized, though, was that half a day later, it wasn't only a small ship that covertly slipped through the cracks left by the guild's defenses. There was another protected vessel that seemed to have been doing the same. And, oddly enough, these two left from completely different ends of planet Vincero and headed in direction opposite to each other. The first held Lionel, who was shocked by the ease of his escape. He had been certain that he would need to use almost all of the trump cards he had planned. Had he known things would be like this, he could have left within the first hour. As for the second, the vessel meandered through space. It looked like a small glass orb traveling through the darkness, not being even half the width of a palm. Obviously, it was impossible for it to hold a person, and its speed was on a level that put Lionel's own vessel to shame. Weeks later, this vessel descended onto an obscure, desolate planet. It tore into the almost non-existent atmosphere, following a path into a hole so small even a fist couldn't fit down and through an elaborate set of complex and steadily widening tunnels that looked more and more man-made with every trek forward. And then it appeared in a large lab setting covered wall to wall in silver metals, complex glassware, and thick, forearm-sized wires, all of which could be found in one aspect or another upon the centerpiece of the whole thing. It was a large tube, filled with fluid up to the very brim. Around it, 3 men and women sat monitoring it, their expressions serious. When they noticed the vessel, they sighed a breath of relief. It seemed that everything had been successful. They could finally begin. Though they knew and understood the ability of their patron, the logistics of this mission had seemed far too complex to accomplish. But none of that mattered. In the end, they had succeeded. The vessel entered a special compartment, finding itself floating with the glass tube, along with the body of the half-naked girl that hovered within. The moment the vessel touched this girl, a light pulse rippled and she opened her eyes. The 3 men and women smiled as the young woman stepped out, her body dripping with thick, viscous liquid. Welcome back, Miss Era. Important announcement below. April 28, 2022. Chapter 834. Era's body and hair dripped with the thick, light blue liquid. 2 women quickly stepped forward, helping her to dry off and slip a robe onto her shoulders. The liquid was a bit difficult to work with usually, but it was clear that they had long since been prepared for this. Era remained silent for a long while, but none of the 3 said a word to rush her. After all, she had just experienced her own death. It would take some time for anyone to become used to such a thing. The fact she wasn't having a visible mental breakdown was already enough of a testament to her fortitude. It could be said that Era's ability was quite unique and fell under the Soul Manipulation Ability Index. The existence of this ability was exactly why many referred to Soul Force as such, despite the fact it would usually be more accurately described as a mental force or pressure. Despite Lionel's talent, he had never seen any sort of manifestation of his soul. He didn't see any miniature version of himself, nor could he find a center of his consciousness. As far as he knew, there was no tangible form of the soul, or at the very least, there wasn't one for his. Era, though, was different. Those with her ability were capable of not only seeing this form, but also making use of it. As for the ability index itself, it too was split into 5 levels. Seed, Root, Form, Manipulation, Immortality. The first seed levels refers to the most immature form of the soul. It is a step beyond what most would have and is usually available to only those with either this ability, are from a special race, or have a special lineage factor. At the second level, this seed takes root. This represents a growth in the soul's strength and also an increase in its sturdiness and durability. Finally, at the third level, the root takes form. The most common form is a representation of the person, usually a smaller, more ethereal image of the body. However, this doesn't always have to be the case, especially for those who reach the 4th level. Upon reaching manipulation, not only can the form of the soul be changed, but it can now exist completely independent of the body without penalty. One who has touched this fourth level could live just as long as they would with a body as they would without one. Finally, immortality, reserved for savants. At this stage, the soul gains a lifespan as long as the planets and the stars. Even if the body decays and wilts, the soul will last far beyond this. No one is sure if this is true immortality or not, but what is guaranteed is that you will far outlive those of your dimension and even higher dimensions. All of this mostly explained the form the soul would take at each stage, but otherwise, it seemed like a useless ability unless you could reach the fourth or fifth levels. But this is far from the case. Those with the soul manipulation ability index have many abilities outside of taking control of their souls. They are more intelligent than most, they are more perceptive and sensitive, their senses are otherworldly, and when paired with the right techniques, their soul, thanks to added durability compared to others, could display quite devastating prowess. Meeting someone with a soul manipulation ability, who also had the techniques to pair with them, was amongst the bravest things a person could ever do. Era had reached the third level, the form stage. At this level, her soul couldn't exist indefinitely without a body like it would be able to at the fourth level, but it could still last several months to even years without one. This had given her more than enough time to make it to this lab and take over this vessel that had been prepared for her. This vessel was actually a clone of her original body with its face modified just enough that those familiar with her wouldn't be able to recognize her. The issue with clones is that they had short lifespans and were usually far different in personality from the person they had been cloned from. But they weren't difficult to prepare. After all, even the people of 21st century Earth, a mere third-dimensional land, could accomplish this. So, how could Era not with the resources of the Milky Way Guild? That said, the issues clones faced were all erased when it was paired with a soul manipulation ability. As long as her soul was intact, Era could do this as many times as she pleased. In fact, "You've made this body to my specifications?" "Yes, Miss Era. We spared no expense. The weaknesses of your former body are no longer present. This body has the strength of someone at the peak of the fifth dimension, and we've also given it the light elemental innate node Miss requested." "Which light elemental innate node?" Era asked. "We weren't able to procure anything high level. Integrating an innate node into a clone proved to be far more difficult than we thought. It is only an unranked light elemental innate node." "I see." Era seemed neither disappointed nor happy about this. Though, it was hard to tell if this was because she didn't care one way or another, or if it was because she was still getting used to using the facial muscles of her new body. Preparing powerful clones like this had been a technology available for thousands of years already in the Milky Way, probably even longer than that when the scope of the entire dimensional verse was taken into account. The issue was that it was far too expensive for a soldier that would only last a year if you were lucky. It could be said that Era's ability was simply perfect to take advantage of this and was quite reminiscent of a certain special race of people who built their own bodies after birth. Good. Era clenched and unclenched her fists. What's happened in my absence? Chapter 835. So he survived. Era's voice carried a level of monotony that bordered on robotic. If it wasn't for the fact her voice flowed smoothly, it would be easy to mistake her for an AI. But, as time passed, she seemed to warm up, not toward a happier emotion, but rather just toward feelings in general. "We cannot be sure, Mississippi. According to our analysis, the flying ship that caused the commotion originated from the main base. However, the last sighting of Lionel Morales was at mining site 102A, where the corpses of Drunken Kicks, Shadow Rat, Double Shot, and were all found. We have cause to believe that the flying ship did not have Lionel Morales on it. But Planet Vincero was thrown into chaos soon afterward. So, it is impossible to tell if he is still on the surface or if he has long since left." "He has left," Era confirmed expressionlessly. The three scientists looked toward one another but didn't bother to ask for an explanation. They had been working with Era for long enough to know that she would provide an answer if she wanted to. If not, there was no use in asking. Era took a deep breath and her body suddenly relaxed. In what felt like an instant, her usual demeanor had returned. The subtle elegance of her movements, the intelligent twinkle of her eye, the calming rhythm of her breath. As though something had snapped back into place, her personality was back. Took a bit longer than expected. Era shook her head. That isn't all that happened, right? Right. Greta Ovaltine and Rollo Ovaltine have suffered quite some backlash due to their failure. Second, the 4 organizations who had participated have returned to their territories but have entered a state of near seclusion. Their movements are limited, and much of the movement that there is has been turned finding Lionel Morales. Thirdly, the old gentleman seems to have havoc in hand as expected. It seems that he still feels as though there is a piece of the puzzle he is missing. Era nodded. That old man has always been sharp. If not for this, he wouldn't be put in charge of such an important asset. However, it doesn't matter how sharp he is if he doesn't have enough information. Miss, is it safe to trust that havoc merchant? It doesn't matter. Era said without care. He too doesn't have enough information to make a change. One way or another, the Milky Way Guild will fall to its knees before me. Did Era love Anared, her late fiancé? The answer was yes. But the reason why might be surprising to most. Those with the soul manipulation ability were incredibly sensitive. They experienced emotions at a much higher high than most and were natural empaths. Era originally saw Anared as a light along a path toward her ultimate goal. However, that easily blossomed into a true infatuation, very quickly. It didn't help that Anared's feelings for her were as clear as if she could read a book on his thoughts. To her, the death of Anared was both the loss of a loved one and a setback that ruined plans she had been laying for decades. Still, she was Era Ovaltine. Failure was something she had long since become accustomed to. The truth was that she hadn't expected to die in this way. Though she had assigned a small probability to it, it could be said that Lionel had surprised her once again, something he had quite the habit of doing. But, she still felt that this outcome was even better than the one she had planned. It was so surprising and out of left field that no one would even have an inkling that she had staged it. That made it perfect. I'll kill him soon enough. But in this case, I have to thank him. I'm one step closer to overthrowing that so-called father of mine. Things would have been easiest if she could have Earth in her back pocket. Had she succeeded, it would have only been a matter of time before the Guild Council would be completely on her side. However, she felt that this method might taste even sweeter than her original plans. It took Lionel even longer than it had Era to reach a planet he could disembark upon. Unfortunately, he had invested most of his craft's utility in escaping the immediate surroundings of planet Vincero. This was why he leaned so heavily into wind elemental ores. He had been planning on making use of the volatile winds to give him an added boost the people the Milky Way Guild wouldn't be able to match. What he hadn't known at the time was that there wouldn't be any of the defensive nets he had been expecting to find. In fact, there was nothing at all. He soared away from the planet as though he was on a simple commute. When Lionel managed to land on this mostly uninhabited planet, he didn't even step out of his ship. Instead, he took out his communication talisman and began to modify it with his crafting quill. By now, he felt that Aina should be back on planet Valiant. So, using the connection already established between the two talismans, he would teleport to her location. This would also help just in case they were someplace unexpected, that way he wouldn't make a trip without reason. Aina's half already had a built-in protective measure that would alert and send him over should someone other than her use it. So, piggybacking off of this mechanism wasn't difficult. I should hide the fluctuations and maybe add some concealment on the other end. It would be pretty ridiculous if I teleported over just to be chased again. In a rented room of a restaurant, a heated debate that had been going on for weeks already was still raging on. It most definitely didn't help that there wasn't a single ounce of estrogen in sight. From what could be seen, no one would expect that these were a group of brothers that had been together for ages. We can't do that. I still think we should just tell him she went to see her dad and will be back. You want to lie to him? It's not lying. It's the truth. When in her words did she say she would be back? Why are you defending that woman? I'm not defending her. But she clearly had her own reasons. I don't care what the reasons are, they're all bullshit. We need to tell Cap the truth. Another volley of testosterone-filled insults and roars was about to be levied when an amused voice suddenly and easily cut through it all. Its volume wasn't even particularly loud, and yet it caused them all to turn their gaze toward the very same location. Tell me the truth about what? Lionel appeared with a smile, canceling his concealment since it didn't seem to be necessary. His gaze drifted across the room before it landed on the table. A stack of objects immediately caught his attention, causing his smile to freeze and slowly fade. Chapter 836. Cap. The voices all called out in unison, drowning out even the volume they had been arguing at before. And yet, Lionel didn't seem to hear them. His gaze was expressionlessly locked onto the items on the table. The segmented cube. The blue-veined mask. The talisman. The necklace. His eyes almost carelessly swept through them all, his expression giving nothing away. Still, it was as though he was standing in a parallel dimension, a space he shared with the items on the table. He couldn't see, hear, or even smell anything else. The floor beneath his feet might as well have been nothing but an endless void he was free-falling through. The room fell into silence when they noticed the direction of Lionel's gaze. They all suddenly felt that it was ridiculous that they had been debating this topic for so long, only for Lionel to see through it all due to a slight carelessness. They could have never expected that Lionel would suddenly appear in this fashion. Even if they had wanted to hide the items, they never had a chance to. Cap. Joel stood from his position, approaching Lionel. None of them had ever seen Lionel get emotional. Even when he felt rage, he would instead enter a state of coldness that made even them uncomfortable. These group of brothers had been together for more than 10 years, not including the time they had spent apart. They had grown together. From the time they were 5 years old, putting on their first football pads, to the time they were all 17-year-old seniors. As long as they had played together, they had, of course, lost their fair share of games. However, not a single one of them could ever remember losing when Lionel got like this. It was as though they were all forced into a hyper-tense state, their minds and bodies on full alert like they were awaiting orders. Joel stood before Lionel, but the latter seemed to look right through him. It was the most uncomfortable Joel had ever felt in his lifetime. Lionel didn't divert his gaze, he didn't crane his neck or tilt his head to the side. In fact, Joel felt as though a hole was being torn through his throat. Is that everything? Lionel spoke. His voice didn't seem to carry much hurt. In fact, it was quite soothing. It was the kind of voice one could listen to when falling asleep. Lionel's voice wasn't normally like so. It wasn't too deep nor was it too high. It had a mellow, carefreeness to it that drew those around him in. But at this moment, the soothing nature masked a sort of coercion that demanded an answer. It was the kind of question anyone hearing it was compelled to answer, the kind of question they couldn't lie in answer of even if they tried. Yes, that's everything. Joel responded. I see. Lionel fell into silence and the room followed suit. The eyes of all his teammates focused on him, worry marring their brows. However, none of them spoke a single word. They knew that at this moment, nothing would get through to Lionel as he stepped into his own world. It was just like it had been in the beginning. He wouldn't even be able to hear them. And they were exactly right. Within Lionel's dream world, a dream clone of himself stood. Before this dream clone sat a golden balance. On one side of the balance, there was a near-perfect replica of Aina, but it was possible to see right through it. On the other, there was a perfect replica of Lionel that could also be seen right through. Lionel's dream clone waved a hand. Replicas of the blue-veined mask, the talisman, the necklace and the segmented cube manifested, falling onto Aina's side. The golden balance shifted, falling heavily to one side. A booming noise reverberated through the white walls of the dream world, sending wave after wave of trembling sounds in every which direction. However, Lionel's dream clone hardly reacted, even as the heart of Aina's replica fell. Grasping at hair, the dream clone began to form motes of light. After each one of these motes was formed, they would gently float to the side of Lionel's replica. Lionel grasped at air, forming another mote of light. Within, an image of him first meeting Aina played. One could see her short cut hair and shy smile. Lionel lightly tossed it forward before forming another. Within this one you could find his first ever confession to Aina. One would have thought that her first reaction would have been that flustered runaway everyone had become used to. But Lionel's recollection was different. That day, she beamed a smile so bright it was etched onto his heart forever. It was only after that she seemed to panic and run away. Lionel tossed the mote of light forward. The balance shifted slightly, but it wasn't nearly enough to balance things once more. One after another, the motes of light continued to build. Every memory, every emotion, every first time, every experience. However, even after the last memory landed, the balance hadn't been balanced. Lionel stood expressionlessly. There were no memories left. He had placed down everything from the 7 years he had known Aina. Yet, all of it wasn't enough to outweigh those 4 items. At that moment it was almost as though scissors hovered above Lionel's heart, ready to snip at something that had been with him for what felt like a lifetime. However, just as the shimmering blades glistened, prepared to snap close, a memory hovered into Lionel's view, dancing upon the side of his replica. It was an image of Lionel kneeling on all fours over Aina's body. The bottom of her legs had been blown off, charred beyond recognition. His own face was covered in soot and grime, rage painting his expression. Without a word, Lionel's hand grasped at air once again. This time, it wasn't a memory that formed but rather an item. Compared to the other items, it was shabby and even cracked in multiple places. And yet, it weighed heavily in Lionel's hand. It was a bracelet, a mere C-grade treasure. Lionel tossed it forward. When it landed, the balance trembled, finally shifting until both platforms were perfectly level. Chapter 837. Aina sat in silence, having not moved in the weeks they had been on this spacecraft. Despite her usually large appetite, she hadn't eaten anything. And, completely out of character, she hadn't lifted a single finger to practice or train. She simply sat there, staring at her wrist the same way she had been for ages already. On it, an old, cracked bracelet lay. She couldn't drum up the courage to hand it over with everything else. She convinced herself that Lionel didn't need it. After all, he had so many valuable things, right? He wouldn't miss a C-grade treasure, right? It would be fine if she kept it, it wouldn't be a big deal. He's probably already forgotten about its existence. Aina blinked, causing a discomfort to surge through her body. The dryness of her eyes almost made her feel as though something was scraping along them, making her shiver. Aina, you need to rest. Savon tried to convince Aina to take a rest again. She had lost count of the number of times she had tried already. Even for someone within the 4th dimension, it most definitely wasn't healthy to remain awake for so long. Even Lionel, who had dream force within the 5th dimension, still felt the need to sleep at least once a week, let alone Aina, whose soul force was only in the 4th dimension. Before Aina could once again give her a perfunctory answer about being just fine, Yuri's force suddenly surged. Aina couldn't react before she found her eyes closing involuntarily. Ah! Savon reached her arms out and caught Aina before she could slump out of her seat. The ship didn't have a lot of space. There was Yuri up ahead who took the helm, and there was just enough space for about 4 people to sit facing each other in pairs toward the back. The seat could also recline to allow a decent sleeping experience, and there was a compartment in the back with plenty of preserved food. Savon helped put Aina's seat into a reclined position and let her sleep. She couldn't help but sigh under her breath. She had witnessed a lot of breakups in her lifetime. After all, she had once been a high school student. But this clearly felt like it was something beyond that. Unfortunately, she didn't have any personal experience in such matters. She had never fallen for a man, so she didn't understand any of what Aina was experiencing. But she still couldn't wrap her mind around it all. If it hurt you so much, why did you do it at all? We will be crossing from a fifth-dimensional fold of reality into a sixth-dimensional fold very soon. Yuri's voice came from the front. You should prepare yourself. The jump from fifth to sixth is the largest you will have experienced until this point. You might even feel like you're back to being a normal mortal. Whether you can adapt or not will decide if you have a future ahead of you or if the fifth dimension will be your limit. Yuri explained this nice and succinctly. Do you want me here, Yuri? Savan spoke after a long pause. In fact, it had been so long that Yuri had thought she didn't have to expect a response at all. But the content of the question was even more shocking. The circumstances that led to Savan being here were quite unique. Aina had been clinging to her to the point of refusing to let go. As a result, Yuri had no choice but to propose a deal to Savan. That deal was quite simple. It was an opportunity to step into the broader world and experience the dimensional verse in a way she never had before. Compared to a middling bronze organization, the place they were going was not just a single step above. Savan wasn't sure how to answer initially. She wasn't drunk for power, she didn't really have anything to strive for, and she had no family left. If she were to answer why she had said yes and chosen to come, it wasn't due to the enticement of Yuri's offer, but rather because Savan just didn't want to be alone anymore. She wanted that sisterhood the three of them had had before, but she felt like it was less and less likely with every day that passed. Do you think I hate you? Yuri countered. Savan didn't really know how to respond. She didn't think she was hated, it was just that these two had shared a secret that she wasn't privy to. It was like finding out you were the third wheel in a relationship formed for two. If she was honest, this was a good portion of the reason she had pulled away as well. The irony of it all, though, was that back then, she had drawn a line between herself, Aina and Yuri because Aina killed Conrad so viciously. But Aina had done that for Lionel's sake. And now, it was a matter between Aina and Lionel that once again brought them together. Savan, I am a child that Miss Aina's father adopted. I have an obligation to protect her above all else. However, none of this means that I never saw you as a friend. Savan was stunned into silence, not knowing how to respond. But her gaze glistened with unshed tears, her lips curling into a slight smile. Thank you, Yuri. What are you thanking me for? I need some support to deal with the mood swings. The two girls giggled, crossing through the depths of space with a small bit of warmth. All right. Lionel's gaze regained their focus as he smiled lightly, patting Joel's shoulder. What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost. Cap. Joel didn't know how to respond to this. 1 second, Lionel was completely expressionless. And, in the next, he was smiling warmly. What the hell was going on? Oh. It looks like everyone's here. That's good. Lionel suddenly released a fiendish grin. How about we stir up some trouble? Chapter 838. Cap. You're alright? Lionel blinked. Why wouldn't I be? Joel was speechless. He knew that Lionel's EQ wasn't this low. Was he just pretending? Or did that brain of his finally short-circuit? He didn't even know how to respond to all of this. Lionel smiled knowingly but didn't say anything else. The way his own logic worked wasn't something that he wanted to take the time to explain. The number of calculations, one part rigorous, and another part arbitrary, that went into his final decision was so large that he would have to be here all day if these guys insisted on him explaining it all. To make matters worse, they might not even understand and assume that he was simply forgiving Aina because he was lovesick. When he was probably the only person in this world who wouldn't be guilty of such a thing. Did Aina's actions hurt? Of course they did. Did Lionel understand why she had done so? He understood that as well. He knew that Aina had abandonment issues. He knew that she suffered severely from panic attacks and anxiety. It was because of this that he didn't want to look at her during those final moments. As much as he cared for her, he simply couldn't ignore the life and death of his brothers for the sake of her emotions, right? It was harsh when he put it that way, but it was the truth. Maybe Lionel's greatest disappointment was that he had left Aina behind expressly so that she could protect his teammates from anything unexpected. Yet, from what it seemed like here, she had left before they were in the clear. The irony of it all wasn't lost on him in the slightest. The second greatest disappointment was that she didn't believe he could come back alive. That lack of trust stung almost as much as anything else. It stung so much that Lionel knew he had made those memories far lighter than they should have been. He had told Aina a long time ago that the one thing he would never tolerate was her losing trust in him. This time, she was barely within a threshold he could accept. If there was a next time, though, the golden balance might be even harsher than it was this time around. Either way, the best-case scenario right now was to pretend as though nothing had happened. At least that way, the boys would think that he just didn't want to talk about the topic and avoid it. He knew that they had likely said their fair share of harsh words about Aina in his absence, but since he had already made his decision for now, he didn't feel that that should continue. And, truthfully, even if his decision had landed on the other side, rather than constantly hearing about how terrible she was, he would prefer if all thoughts of her were simply frozen out. "What trouble are you trying to stir up, Cap?" Joel asked, seemingly realizing something. Since this was what Lionel wanted, who were they to not oblige? After all, it wasn't their relationship and it wasn't they who had invested so many years of their youth into it. Lionel grinned, scanning the room. Right now, there were far more than the four that had come as seeded geniuses. Though many of his teammates had died during the metamorphosis, it seemed that 8 still remained. He couldn't help but feel genuinely happy seeing all their faces like this. "Joel." "Yes?" "If I said that I want us to rise to the top of the dimensional verse and stake our control over it all, what would you say?" Joel's eyes glowed. All nervousness he had felt about Lionel's demeanor vanished with the wind. His back snapped straight and his chest broadened. One could almost feel the sharp aura of his ability whistling around him, leaving blade streaks in the air. Was this it? Looking into Lionel's pale violet eyes, he could see purpose, ambition, determination. It wasn't as though he had never seen the last of the three in Lionel before, but they had always been aimed towards short-term goals. This was the first time he had ever seen the first two aimed towards something other than Aina. If the team had to pick out their greatest fear in this whole ordeal, it wasn't in the fact Aina was leaving Lionel at all. Objectively speaking, they had always believed that Lionel could do better. And, even with how beautiful Aina had become, wouldn't it be too ridiculous if she was the only being with that level of beauty throughout the whole dimensional verse? With their captain's qualifications, why wouldn't he be able to find another? No. What they had feared the most was that without Aina, the man they all respected and admired so much would suddenly become aimless once again. An arrow with untold power flying toward an endless abyss without target. But now, Joel began to laugh. His boisterous laughter was even fuller and rounder than Lionel's own. His dark skin almost glowed with an aura of its own. Even Lionel was slightly surprised to see that Joel had suddenly gained a slight violet tint to his energy that most definitely came from Lionel himself. Looking around the room, Lionel found 7 more grinning faces looking back at him, each one of taking a portion of Lionel's violet energy for himself. A warmth couldn't help but bloom in Lionel's heart. They hadn't asked any questions, they didn't want to know how or why. They simply took the leap because they trusted him. And, for Lionel's violet energy to react on its own, taking it upon itself to share his king's might with them all, that could only mean one thing. Lionel trusted them unconditionally. These were his brothers for a lifetime. These were the warriors that would stand by his side to the very end. These were his generals. Chapter 839. Joel. Milan. Raj. Drake. Franco. Arnold. Gil. Alan. Author's note, no need to remember these names. I'll mention them so often in the future and with small reminders of who they are that they'll become your brothers too, LMAO. Are you sure about this, Cap? Joel asked. After what happened on planet Vincero, even though we're talented compared to their normal students, they're pretty much drawing a line between us and them. Something like taking them over from the inside would be difficult with how cautious they're being. The group nodded in confirmation. Even while they were here, they were likely being monitored by someone or something. The only reason they weren't worried enough to warn Lionel was because they were sure that he wasn't stupid enough to come here without any sort of plan or counter to that. That said, Lionel's next words made them question themselves. Oh right. Speaking of which, where are we right now? The group looked toward Lionel as though he was a madman. He had just escaped the pursuit of fifth-dimensional entities, and it could even be argued that the only reason he managed to do so was because of the element of surprise. Now, however, whoever came to track him down would be prepared and likely even more informed about all his abilities. He wouldn't just be able to wiggle his way out of this again so casually. The fact he didn't even know where they were currently was a huge red flag. But, seeing how careless he seemed about it all, they were too speechless to reprimand him. This is an allied planet, Cap, Gil spoke out. Gil was Lionel's favorite receiver outside of James when they were on the football field. Rather than playing tight end like James, though, he played wide receiver. And, in fact, he was the one who caught the game-winning touchdown in the final play after coach subbed James out in a rage. He was a tall man, only an inch or two shorter than Lionel. But, he was quite lanky. In truth, his body composition and poor posture was eerily reminiscent of Hephaestus. It was just that Lionel knew quite well that Gil wasn't nearly as jacked as Hephaestus was. He had always said muscle training messed up his hand-eye coordination. Allied? Lionel blinked, he had never heard this term before. Yeah. A lot of worlds are under joint ownership like this. They also double as pretty good entertainment centers and trade hubs. After this, we should definitely hit the strip club. Gil's usually lanky and lazy appearance lit up when he reached this point. Lionel had wondered why the usually laid-back brat had so graciously decided to explain things to him. It seemed that this was his purpose all along. In their group, it could be said that the second biggest pervert outside of James was definitely Gil. Who knew how many hearts he had broken in Royal Blue Academy with that casually handsome face of his? That 5 o'clock shadow he could never bother to shave completely off, and his swooping dirty blonde hair left those poor girls not standing a chance. Lionel chuckled. Maybe later. Ah. Gil almost leapt from his seat. Did someone take over your body, Cap? Let me check. Gil almost leapt across the table, expressing his shock in the most ridiculous of ways. But, he couldn't get very far before Franco palmed him in the face. Seemingly knowing exactly what was going to happen next, Arnold, who sat between the two of them, put a hand to both of their chests, keeping them apart. Are you trying to go, elephant ears? Gil snapped, his sharp nose leaking droplets of blood. Can't you see there's food on the table, Quasimodo? I don't want your BO stinking up my meal. Gil and Franco had a love-hate relationship. While Gil played wide receiver, Franco played cornerback, the latter of which was meant to defend against the former. It could be said that they were at war during every practice. One would think that they were enemies rather than teammates. Franco was quite known for his overly large body parts. He had big feet, big hands, and big ears. Somehow, it all came together for him in a pretty nice package. At the very least, he wasn't ugly. But, that wouldn't stop Gil from going at him. Ironically, Arnold, who had stopped the two of them, had pretty much the same relationship with Milan due to on-the-field stuff. Arnold's gut was just as big as Milan's, and his chest and arms were just as solid and robust. The palms of his hands were probably even bigger than Franco's, completely stopping the two men from leaping at one another. This was quite helpful to Arnold. After all, he played defensive tackle while Milan played center. Their battles during practice were quite infamous as well. Lionel watched all of this with a smile on his face. How long had it been? It seemed that in his obsession with Aina, he had neglected his brothers. The fact they weren't blaming him now when he knew they had every right to do so only made him affirm his resolve to not forget them again. Of course, we can go later. Lionel laughed. No, Cap, for real. Did someone mess with your head? The entire group looked over. Since when would Lionel ever agree to go to a strip club? This time, though, it was Alan who slapped the back of Gil's head. It was obvious to him that Lionel was just trying to get over Aina. Why were you asking so many questions about it? Lionel chuckled and shook his head. I once read somewhere that the places people are most vulnerable and open is a place like a brothel or a strip club. I wonder how much information is hidden in those walls. The group blinked as they looked at Lionel. Gil rubbed the back of his head, glaring at Alan. But, even he stopped and looked at Lionel when he heard this explanation. Go to the strip club for information? Right. Chapter 840. Cap, it's okay for you to join the ranks of us perverts. I won't judge you. Lionel laughed at their reaction. He had been mostly joking. He didn't need much information right now. Or, more accurately, there wasn't any information that he could suddenly receive from going to a strip club right this moment that wouldn't be like a pie falling from the sky. Lionel knew that the likelihood he would find something useful in such a case was minimal if anything. Rather, he only put forward the idea because he had something else on his mind, an information network. During his time battling Alexander the Apex's kingdom, Lionel had long since learned the value of not only having information, but subverting your enemy's information as well. The trouble with all of this was that even Lionel wasn't exactly sure where to start with all of this. As things stood now, he had 9 subordinates. His 8 brothers here in Elther who he had already sent to take control of the Oryx, a task that shouldn't be too difficult for him to accomplish. But, an information network, especially one that would need to cover the whole of a galaxy, at the very least, was far beyond his current self. The logical answer would be to make use of information networks that already existed. Lionel was sure that he would find multiple. But, the trouble with those information networks is that their confidentiality only extended as far as their benefits did. If Lionel started purchasing large sums of information related to the rise and fall of great powers, not to mention the fact he didn't have the funds to do such a thing currently, there was no way that these information networks wouldn't take advantage of this. Of course, Lionel could use this to his advantage as well and walk a tightrope of painting a false image of what he truly wanted while siphoning away information he actually needed. However, such a thing would only be possible if he already had a full understanding of the scope of many things. But if he had that, why would he need the information networks to begin with? And just like that, he was back to square one. After reaching such a dead end, many would feel despair, but Lionel grinned beside himself. This sort of challenge, how long had it been since he felt it? How could he possibly hold back his smile? Unfortunately, when the boys saw Lionel's eyes glaze over and a creepy smile spread across his face, they still thought he was thinking of the strip club. Alan shook his head, shifting his glasses up his nose. Cap has already fallen. I think we might need to replace she who shall not be named soon before he falls into depravity. Drake agreed. Drake, unlike the others, played the same position as Lionel, quarterback. It was just that he was a rookie when Lionel was a senior, and given how good Lionel was, he never got the chance to play. Still, he had spent most of his freshman year emulating everything Lionel did because Lionel was his idol. So, he had picked up many of Lionel's habits, including an overall disdain for all things women until he could find his own Aina. By now, what once was an emulation had become the true Drake, so he too felt an obligation to save their captain. As for Alan, he was pretty much asexual. He didn't find any fondness in women or men, he just liked his computer screens and programming. Unfortunately, rather than gaining a programming profession, he had been slotted in as a 5-star safety and was forced to play football from a young age. To make matters more depressing, the ability he awakened also had nothing to do with programming, leaving him even more depressed. It seemed the world didn't want him doing what he loved to do the most. All right. Lionel chuckled. Forget the strip club for now. In a bit, I plan on leaving for a legacy I've been putting off for a long time. It won't be right to do anything until I can leave the 3rd dimension and enter the 4th and hopefully 5th. Lionel knew that he would be able to blaze through the 4th dimension. Thanks to his metal body, his body was mostly tempered already. While it would take even most talents years, it should take him at most a few weeks to months. Theoretically, anyway. But, in order to do this, he definitely needed the rest of Dimensional Cleanse first. You're leaving again already? Raj pouted. For such a big man, the face he made was almost adorable. Lionel smiled. This time I won't be away for long. In fact, I promise that every step we take forward from now on will be together. Hearing such a promise, the eyes of the group lit up. It seemed that Lionel realized he had been neglecting them too. Since that was the case, there was no need to say anything more. If there was anything they could trust in Lionel for, it was that he would never make the same mistake twice. For now, I think you guys are right. Trying to take down your organizations from the inside out will prove to be difficult. Rather than that, I only want you to monitor them and gather up information. Even things you all feel are useless, note them down and preferably, memorize them. Since I'm here, though, I won't leave without giving you all something in return. Lionel scanned the room. He had left them all to grow and improve on their own for too long. If he wanted to be a king, his own combat prowess wasn't the only one of importance. He had to make sure that everyone around him would grow as well. And luckily, he had formulated a technique perfect for this based on the ability index. Dream Path, you're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.